Hi, folks. Larry Rolla here. I'm back. Before I screw anything else up, let me bring my friends on. Okay, first we have my pal Anthony. Then we have Joe. Then we have Freddie. And look who showed up, Sal. They will need to connect their mic before you can add them onto the... Okay, so Sal, I don't know if you heard that or not, but add your mic and then we'll hook you up. And we'll just wait for Sal to come on.
Larry, you're a little dark. How come? You don't have your light on?
Well, I look like a ghost. So I figure I didn't have a makeup artist, so I could make it a little lighter.
You got a couple of BS artists on here. You'll be all right.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's all right. It's good enough.
I look like a ghost. You know what gets me sick? This is what I'm going to talk about a little about today. I just so you folks that are listening in, I must have got maybe 400 or 500 calls while I was in the hospital, and I couldn't answer them. I was with doctors, and half the time the phone wasn't charged, and so this show tonight is, aside from talking with my friends, just to thank everybody for their nice words and everything. So which we'll get into. I'm waiting for my friend Sal to come on. I guess he'll come on. So before we get into anything, let's just wait a couple of minutes for Sal to come on. And Joe, you got what'd you do? Now you're big and wide. Remember he used to just have the little
thing. I know.
I don't know. I didn't do anything.
No, now you got a big picture.
Really?
Yeah. Now we see your whole face.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything. I did what I always do. Nothing different at all.
Okay.
Maybe you did something, Larry.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. But while we're waiting for Sal to come on, let me just say hello to a couple of these people. Michael Eisner, don't know if you're actually going to be doing your show tonight, Larry, but I wish you all the best. Thank you, Michael. Thanks a lot. We're going to talk about a little bit because there's been hundreds of people that called in. I just have to respond to them. So that's why we're doing this show. Then BSKI824 says, wow, Larry's back. People were wrong. People were
writing him off.
People were writing him off already. This is great news. Sundance, Larry, hello. It's me, Sundance. Hope you're feeling better. Jesse Black, please hit the like button. Yeah, guys, I'm supposed to say that every week for the how do you say that, Joe?
Algorithm.
Yeah, the YouTube tells you to, because if you don't get enough algorithms, they shut you off the air or something. So I don't know how you do it, but hit the like.
I don't know how to do it from the phone or the TV. How do you do it?
I don't know how to do it.
You got to do it on the computer.
I don't know. But
I think you can do it on the phone.
Really?
Whoever's out there that knows how to hit like, just hit the like button.
I don't even see like.
No, me neither. I don't know how to do it.
I don't have it either.
No.
Hey, Joe, if you can get a hold of Sal, tell Sal that he's not on. If you can call him. Oh, no, you can't. You're on your phone. Forget about it. Okay, Steve Basile says, welcome back, Larry. Thanks, Steve. Sundance, hello, Sundance. Hit the like button, ring the bell. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I don't know. I sent a message to Andy, and he says that he don't know how to work the computer. If his next door neighbor would come, but I guess she's not coming.
Let me try to text Sal. Let me just try to text him.
Okay. Sal tried to come on, but his mic wasn't on. But he knows how to do it. So
I'm going to try to text him. Let's give him another minute.
Oh boy. Geez, I hope your brother's all right, Anthony.
I don't know, Larry. It's so puzzling. Like I says, and we text him. It takes him hours to answer. Sometimes he doesn't answer. So after I get all done with my stupid bullshit, then we'll go down there and see what's going on.
You just come back. How's your sister doing?
She's progressing slowly, but she's going in the right direction at least.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So
that's the bad thing, you know. The good thing about the podcast is that I remember when I was going to shut it down, and LaChance says no, keep it going. And I kept it going, and it's good because you reach. I haven't seen you in 50 years. Haven't seen Freddie. you meet people, you get reattached to people, especially like you're 60, 70, 80 years old, sitting in the house doing nothing. And it's nice that you hook up every once in a while.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But the sad thing is that you hear all these fucking horror stories because everybody goes, and all you hear is sickness and death.
I know, but Larry, that's life. So there's nothing,
Did you reach Sal, Joe?
I texted him, yeah.
All right.
We got to thank God we're all here. We're all able to do it. And
yeah, but I tell you, there has to be. Man, probably everybody's different because I know I'm different, and I'm going to get into it a little bit right in the beginning. I just want to give another minute to see if Sal or anybody else comes on before I start, because what I'm going to say involves all you guys that are on the screen here. So I don't want to stop and start. So we'll just fool around for another couple of minutes and see who shows up.
Howard Liebman has been going through some stuff himself. And
there's another guy I can't think of. There's one guy's not doing well at all. I can't think of his name, and I meant that. I have a friend of mine that's here. He's sitting right beside me now, and he came here and we were talking, and he's a good guy. He's the guy that gave me my little saint. Remember last week I held up?
Oh yeah. That wasn't a saint. That was baby Jesus.
That was that's Jesus.
So he calls me up last week, and he says, "What size shoes you wear?" So I says, "Well, what?" I says, "Listen, I'm getting cremated. I don't need a pair of shoes." So he can come over today with the shoes, but he sent me this little doll here, the little Jesus doll. This little doll here. I showed it last week, and he stopped over tonight to drop the shoes, but he was. I told him I'm getting cremated. I don't need the shoes.
Oh, Larry.
Larry, time out. Sal says he went back on his computer to log him in, get him in. He said he switched from his phone to his computer.
So I got to send him another link. Is that it?
I don't know, but he says he had to switch to his computer.
I wouldn't think so.
I need Larry too.
All right, let me see. I'll probably screw this up now. Let's see. Paste. Sal. Let's see, Sal. What the hell's his number? That's what's his email address?
You just sent them 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. I got it. Oh, SD. Oh God. SDIM.
ARIO.
ARIO 58 at gmail.com. Okay, so he should be getting this link.
Hey, Larry, I have a message for you.
What?
Sean Beer, Sean Beer, Artie Beer's son.
Yeah.
The Beer family sends you their love. They just sent that over to me.
Well, tell them thank you. Their mother and father, they were raised and they were my next door neighbors for a lot of years when they were little kids on the floor. Lonnie and Esther bought the trailer right next to mine. And every time I used to go in the house, I used to have to step over the two brothers and I think the sister and them two kids there.
I have to respond to Sal.
Go ahead. All you kids, all you guys in the chat column, all you just stay there. We'll pick it up in a little while. I'm just waiting to see if anybody else comes on when Sal comes on, because I want to send a special thanks to all you folks and fill you in on everything that's happening. So,
you know why you got that little Jesus statue, Larry?
Well, my friend here gave it to me.
I know, but he gave it to you, and I'm sure he'll agree with me. I hope he will. That he's your savior. Jesus is your savior. Believe in him, and you'll have eternal life.
100%.
Just
I bet
accept
my
him
life
in your
on it.
life. That's all. That's all you have to do. Just accept him in your life.
That's guaranteed bet, Larry. Can't fix
Guaranteed.
that one.
Yeah.
Joe, how come I lost you?
I'm here now. I just had to text Sal.
No.
All right.
So where's Sal?
Sal had to re-log in, but he needed Larry to send him a new link or whatever you call it.
Okay.
So he should
Here
be
he
on
comes.
soon.
Here he is.
Sorry, I couldn't get on my phone.
It's
So
all
I'm
right.
on my computer. It's easier.
It's all right. We waited for you, Sal.
Thank you.
Here come the judge.
Here comes. All right. I sent Andy and Ron and somebody else a link. I guess they're not coming on, so we'll go on. Let me first, before we get into any news.
Did you send Eddie a link? Did you send Eddie?
Yeah, I sent Eddie a link.
Okay. Okay.
But Eddie has his treatment today. I don't know if he's maybe not up to it.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So anyway,
let
me. I hope I can get through. Listen, let me just say this. There's a couple of things I want to say, and it's going to be all screwed up because I'm not good at good at this, and it's probably going to be all over the place. But I hope you can get my words and kind of make it all fit in. I have to do this because while I was in the hospital, I had hundreds and hundreds of calls that I couldn't respond to, and it's really heartwarming. And let me say this too: I never talked like this in my life. This is very, very. I never cried in my whole life, and this is not easy for me to say. I never cried in my whole life. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through the few things that I have to say because what happened to me never happened to me before. I was born a rebel, and people that know me from the time I was a kid know I was just different. I was just different than anybody else. I was a shot taker. I took the shots. When the shots didn't work out, I took the lumps. At 15, 16 years old, I got the worst beating in the history of the New York Police Department. They ripped out one of my nails, broke 4 ribs, punctured 1 lung, broke an ankle, broke my cheek, broke my nose, and fractured my skull. That was because I wouldn't sign who my partner was in this one burglary that we did. So it was from that point on that I knew that I was just different, and that situation happened 3 or 4 times in my life because I was the only harness guy that got barred for life for 3 separate times, and just wind up getting my license back just because of perseverance and everything else. But that's not what I want to talk about. I'm just trying to get you to know the kind of person I am, because in case I start filling up, because this is difficult for me to say, because like I said, I lived my own life. I went my own way. And when the times were bad, I took the lumps. I was the one that took the lumps, slept on park benches, did whatever I have to do to survive. And when the times were good, and everybody knows this, I had the best time of my life and took care of everybody that I knew that needed help. And that was me. That's me up to today. Always did it all by myself. Well, let me tell you what happened. I know for sure that there's a whole lot of people, horsemen, that I tried to help in the last month or so that are in worse shape than me. I go to that hospital and I walk on to the 4th floor where I have to go, and there's nothing but wheelchairs lined up with people younger than me that are gray, no hair. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible disease, this cancer. It's just terrible. I'm not going to get into I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but maybe someday I'll do a whole show on it, because there's no reason for this to happen. Because I can guarantee if the politics were taken out of it and all these cancer institutes were a private organization and somebody at Elon Musk took it over with just to find a cure, there'd be a cure within a week. And I know that for a fact. So anyway, but I'm not going to get into that. This is about thanking everybody all the hundreds of people who called me, wished me well, left messages that I never responded to, because most of the times I was with doctors or my phone wasn't charged or whatever the reason. And I could have never made 200-300 calls anyway. So that's why I'm doing it today. So let me tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened and why. And I have to acknowledge just, and it's not self-serving. It's not for any pity. It's not for anything, because I'm 85 and right up today, I did it all myself. Whatever it took and whatever I had to do, I did. And I have to tell you, what's in my book is 1% of what I did in 1% in crossing lines. And the things that I did, aside from pulling a trigger, which is the easiest thing to do today, I don't believe there's one Hollywood guy, a heavyweight guy, I won't mention his name, but it's in the back of my book. He wrote a blog in the back of my book, and it says, I'll read it right now. It says, Larry Rolla, simply put, is a legend, a loyal friend, and a unique man whose path most would not survive. Now, that's a guy that knew me since I was born. And that's the kind of guy I was. And that's why what I'm about to say, I have a tough time talking about it, but it's been about 4 or 5 days now. And I think I'll be able to make it. When I went back to the doc, first of all, the reason I keep going in and out of the hospitals is because I have one of the tumors that I have in my whole body. They had to find a bunch of tumors floating around, malignant tumors, but one of them happened to fall right at the base of my spine, and it's surrounded by the nerves. So it's the pain is getting worse by the day. It's unbelievable, and the only relief I get is going to the hospital, because they can give me the heavyweight stuff. Like they just dragged me in 7 days ago, the ambulance. They dropped me on the floor there, and I was shaking, and they couldn't even they tried to take my blood temperature, my blood pressure. It was 197 over 99, and the machine was blinking. It goes red, and danger. And that was from the pain. So they gave me a double shot of some powerful stuff. They brought me up to a room, and then through the day they settled me down that night. And by the next morning we were developing, and they put me on the pain management floor. And and through the next 4 or 5 days they were trying to. We lost Joe.
I'll be right back.
Okay, and through the next couple of days, we were devising pain medication to handle this pain. At the same time, we were taking CAT scans and MRIs to see exactly where this tumor was, where we could zap it or do whatever. They were working on that, and they had a bunch of professional oncologists doing there trying to figure it out. Because if you use radium, you could burn the nerves, and then you're paralyzed. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that stuff, and I don't even know if I'm saying it the right way. But anyway, that's what they were doing. Now the bad part about that, and this was happened. I went in there three times after I got out of the hospital. I went in 3 separate times, and I'll tell you why now. The last time I come out, which was just 2 days ago. What they do is they set up a menu for you, and you go through the whole thing. The more powerful the painkiller, because the tumor is wrapped around the nerve. It's a constant, unbearable pain that never goes away. It's just unbearable. I had my 2 knees replaced, and it was like nothing compared to this pain, because it's constant. I can't even describe it. But it's when I try to last for a day or 2 days, and then I collapse, and I find myself in a hospital. Somebody picks me up and takes me there. And then, so this last time I really paid attention, because it's getting worse all the time. So what they do is they set you up, and this is part of the shitty part. They set you up, and they say, okay, we're going to give you 10 milligrams of this, then 5 of this, and then 5 of this. And then, because the more painkiller we give you, the more constipated you're going to get, and then you're going to blow up. And because most of my large colon is gone from the cancer, it's all in the small intestines, and if that explodes, you're going to die instantly, and they give you all of that stuff, so you got to be careful. Now they say, so don't let the pain level get too high because it's going to be hard for us to drop it down. So now you say, so tell us when you're about ready to, when you start feeling what we gave you wear off. So I start to tell them, and they says, well, it's only been 2.5 hours. I says, yeah, but you told me to start the time. Well, tell us a little bit more, because the most we can give you is every 4 hours. So when 3 hours came, I says, listen, this is, it's getting really bad now. I'll never make 4 hours. And they says, well, you're going to have to, because the most we can give you is 4 hours, but we'll try to pump up the stuff so maybe it lasts a little longer. Okay, so that's what they're. So for the next 6 days, they figured everything out, how much diuretic, how much this, how much that, and I can handle. And we got it down pretty good, that every 4 hours I was to take this, and the pain would go from a level 10 down to about a level 7 or 8, 7 or 6, where I can handle it and be functional till we can find the right procedure to take care of this permanently. Now, the problem with that is they took 2 CAT scans and an MRI. And the problem is this: the 4 lower discs on my back are crushed. And the nerves come down. And now what makes that bad too is that the tumor is right in the middle of all of that. So it's either the cancer tumor causing the pain, or it's the other thing. The MRIs and the CAT scans that they can't figure out which one. Now the problem is this: is that if it's not the cancerous tumor, the cancer hospital has nothing to do with it. They just say, look, when you get rid of your pain, we'll give you the chemo. But you can't take the chemo when you're in all this pain. You just can't do it, because you're going to go through 6 months of hell with the chemo. So you can't do this. So that's what they're working on now. And I'm supposed to go tomorrow, and they're supposed to give me an answer. The answer is going to be either they're going to zippo with the radar and get rid of that cancerous tumor that's on the spine, or if they don't think, after they take the next MRI or examine what they have, if they don't think it has anything to do with that, then they turn me loose. They say, go to your spine specialist, go get your operation or epidural, whatever they call that. But when you get rid of your pain, you come back, we'll put the port in your chest and you go on chemo. That's where I'm at now. The reason I keep going into the hospital all the time, and I'll continue the story, is because when they go check you out after 7 days, they get the right recipe. Everything is perfect. And then you're there waiting for your checkout papers. And what they gave you is different than the checkout papers. In the checkout papers, it says that I have to take all of these things that they gave me every 8 hours instead of every 4 hours, and half the dosage. So I says, how could you do that? And they says, well, we figured out what you have to do, but we have a protocol. We can't break the protocol. These are heavy duty narcotics. We can't send you home with what we gave you here. We're just letting you know that. So I said, well, he says, you got to go to your spine doctor now, who can prescribe all this heavy stuff. In the meantime, so now they send me home, and naturally I have to double dose on all of these pills. So they give you 5 days worth of pills. So because the pain becomes so astronomical, I have to double dose on them, and sometimes triple dose. Now, instead of lasting 5 days, they last me a day and a half or 2 days. And then I have to rush right back to the hospital again. I don't rush right back. I collapse in the street. They come and get me, the cops bring me there, and I'm in the hospital. But now I can't keep doing this, because I got to get this situation straightened out. And like I said, in that hospital, they have 860 beds, and I'm probably the healthiest guy in there. So I'm not complaining about my situation. It's just that I have cancer all over the place and tumors. I don't even know I got them. But this one thing wrapped around them nerves at the base of my spine, I have pain that you can't believe, from the middle of my back, down the cheeks of my ass, down my legs, right into the toes. And it's to the point where I can't eat enough fiber to get rid of the constipation that the pain pills give you. And you can't keep taking enemas or the most you can take where it don't rip your stomach apart, because even these things that you stick up your ass, they burn your insides to death. So you got to take stool softeners. That's like pouring water on a cinder block and expecting it to. It's just a tough situation. But that's the reason I'm going back and forth, because after 7 days, they basically throw you out. But then I come right back in 2 days because they don't give me enough medicine. My spine doctor was out of town. His assistant couldn't up there. So finally today he was there. So he finally gives me the prescription. I go to my Stop and Shop pharmacy and they're on back order. So it's crazy. But anyway, here's what I wanted to say. And like I said, the reason I told you a little bit about myself, that I'm basically alone in my whole life. And everybody, the people that know me my whole life, just like that guy that wrote the blog in the back of my book, and some of you guys, you all know the stories. And Freddie was nice enough to do a little tribute to me when I was, that I just saw the other night. It was very nice, and I thank all them guys that said them nice words to me. And it's amazing to me that in all of harness racing, there's probably 5 guys that probably deserve to be in the Hall of Fame of the opposite of how they got away with so much and crossed the line so many times. Well, I was one of them guys. And it's amazing to me that everything I went through in all that I've done, that it was a Hall of Famers, a Hall of Famer, Michael Chance, that come on and says, don't worry about it. You're a good guy. You got jammed up. You took the wrong path, and don't worry about it. Then they all start coming. Then Billy O'Donnell come, and he's been a great supporter. And here they all come. You guys came, everybody came, nothing but support. And that was very touching to me, because like I told everybody, I don't have 1 million fucking visitors because I don't promote this thing. You know, I don't promote it. I come on at 1 minute to 8. Whenever we talk about it, I don't put, the most I ever said was tonight, ring the bell or hit like or something. But here's the thing that got me. When I the last time I was in the hospital, which was last week, they were going to do a CAT scan biopsy to get to the root of this whole thing. Is that tumor the thing that's pressing on the nerve, or is it not? Because when you take the MRIs, it's very close. It's so hard to tell. But with a biopsy, with this CAT scan biopsy, they'd be able to tell. So now they schedule if you're out at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, they bring me down. I'm all ready to go into the thing. Now and then they say it's been canceled. It's been canceled. So they bring me back up to the room. I says, why was it canceled? They says, because I could say a name. The Dr. Proverb, the head person there for cancer, canceled it. So the next day, I wake up in the hospital, and I says to the doctor, I says, I want to see this thing. I want to know if that's, first of all, I want to know if it's pressing up against the nerve, because if it's not, then I know that it's something else. But we got to fix this. This thing can't go on. I got to get to if the bottom line is bad, it's bad, but I got to get to the bottom line. So he says, look, the only one that can approve this is the one who canceled it. She's the only one. So I go to her office. Now I go to her office, and I says, and I have to say this, that day I was in pretty bad shape, and they were going to give me an ultimatum. So the girl that I've been with, Joanne, she came with me. She wanted to see because I've been lying to her from day one. I told her everything was okay, everything was fine. In the meantime, she finds me on the sidewalk outside and calling an ambulance. So she knew. So when that day comes, she says, I'm taking off of work and I'm going there with you. So anyway, we go in, and the first thing I ask her, why did you cancel that appointment, that scan? I says, we could have got a lot of answers. And she says, Larry, she says, we know what you have. You have cancer. She says, and you let it go for a year without doing nothing. She says, and now these things popped up. In the beginning, you had a chance of being cured. Now you got a chance of maybe living. She says, so why put you through 6 more holes in your stomach and doing this and doing that? Just, it is what it is. You have 2 choices. This is the part where I may start to get choked up, because something like this never happened to me my whole life. I always did my own thing, and I was always the one to help, not to receive help. And that's why it's so hard for me to do. So now she says, you only have 2 choices. We're going to put a port in your chest. You're going to start chemo. You're going to get very, very sick, because we're going to give you the very powerful stuff. And you're going to be throwing up. You're going to lose your hair. And in 6 months, you'll either be alive or dead. The chemo will you'll either make it or you won't. Or we can put you with hospice and make you comfortable. So I said, all right, now, in the meantime, Joanne, who's sitting next to me, who I've been living with for 45 years, and I never told her the truth. She starts crying and pounding me. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you do all of that girl stuff that they do? So now I leave there, and we leave there, and I have 2 choices: either go for the chemo and go all that route, or just go into hospice and let them make me die laughing. So I make a decision. I said, look, I just like I said a million times, if I won $100 million, I would give it away, because I've done everything in my life I ever wanted to do. I had a ball. Half my life was good times and half was bad times. The bad times are really, really bad, but I survived them and I took the lumps. The good times are very, very good, and I helped a tremendous lot of people, saved hundreds of lives through the cancer projects that I worked on, and rebuilding churches and helping other people and doing a lot of things. It wasn't only the bad things that I did that's in the book and what people know about me. The people that really know me know the other side of me. And I just had to say that, so for the people that don't know me. So now I make a decision that I did everything, and I had it. The pain is getting worse every day. I can't. The only way they can manage it is if I stay in a hospital, or I have to go into hospice, because I can't take the chemo with this pain. It's impossible. I could never do it. So I make a call to my friend Anthony, and I says, Anthony, you know the head doctor there, and this and that. What I want to do is I want to go into hospice. I know a little bit about it. They give you a morphine drip or something until you're happy, you feel no pain, and then it's just like you go in for a colonoscopy. Before you know it, you're asleep, you're singing, but then you don't wake. He says they don't word it like that. They can't, but I know what you mean, and I'll set it up for you. On the way home, this is where it's going to get tough for me, but I think I'm going to be okay. On the way home, I couldn't even say one word. As soon as I got to this point, 2 days ago, I couldn't make it, but I think I'm going to be okay. On the way home from that appointment, I'm supposed to go in Tuesday morning. By Tuesday night, I'd be dead. On the way home, I get a call from my cousin Cookie, because as soon as Joanne got home, she called my sister, she called my cousin, she called everybody, saying, Larry, no, all that girly bullshit. My cousin Cookie calls me.
It's called love, Larry.
Now, my cousin Cookie, in 1970, I got Dr. Burton, who was barred from the United States for finding a cure for cancer, which I won't get into, but the story's in my book. And I got a phone call from her husband, and the husband said that she was given 3 months to live. Now, I may have the year screwed up, I may have the day screwed up, but the story is something like this. Who the hell can remember 60 years ago, 50? So anyway, she calls me up, and she's probably listening to the show right now. She called me up, and she says, Larry, I heard what you're going to do. She says, Larry, you saved my life. She says, you saved my life 50 years ago. I can't let you do this. You got to promise me that you're going to She says the chemo's different. A lot of things are different. Just give yourself a chance. So she was, so because I called Dr. Burton. She was Dr. Burton's first patient. She was given up for dead in 1971, so whenever it was. And he saved her. She's alive today. She just called me. She's 82 years old. She just called me. So she says, please, you saved me. You have to promise me to give yourself a chance. So I canceled that order. I didn't go in Tuesday morning. So now I make an all-out effort to try to save my life because I promised my cousin Cookie. Now, here's what happened. And it's tough getting through that, but I got through it. But here's the other part I can't get through. I have a tough time getting through. When I got out of that hospital, now, like I said, I did a lot of things in my life. I took a lot of shots. And if I needed 100,000, I got 100,000. I don't have to tell you how I got it, where I got it, but some 100,000s that I needed, I did a lot of bad things, a lot of things that the average guy, like I said before, it's the easiest thing in the world to pull a fucking trigger. But a real fucking man is a guy that'll jump on a grenade to save his patootie, or a guy that give up the last fucking seat in the safety boat at the Titanic. Them are fucking men, not this bullshit that I see hanging around today. These kids today, they kill you with a gun at 12, 13. They get a reputation, and it's not the same kind of people. It's different people. And I grew up around them kind of people. But I was always a loner. Could I have been in one of the fucking mob? Absolutely. I had many, 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 many chances. And the ones that know me know that I had many, many chances. I got to shut my phone off so we don't get, I always stayed by myself. When I got barred from racing in 1984, Ralph Gigani, who was with me, he went down the piers with his family. Gigani, they ran the piers down there, and he says, "Come to the piers with me. You'll make $500,000 a year, even more, and everything." And I says, "No, I won't go. I stay by myself." Lived on a park bench, stayed by myself, always by myself. Whatever I did alone. Every fucking thing in that book, I did alone. Never asked nobody for help. One time in my life, I was 16. I had to ask a friend of mine. For help because I was robbing a gas station that had all brand new tires and brand new transmission jacks. They just were coming out in 1956. They were starting to go from standardbred transmission to automatic, and they had these big automatic transmission jacks that weighed like 200 pounds. And I robbed the box truck the night before so I could put all this stuff in there, but I couldn't lift the transmission. So I asked my friend to come and help me. That's when I got the beating, when we wind up getting caught because of the guy he hooked me up with. But that's when I got that beating. And from that point on, whatever I did, whatever it was, and I'm not going to mention it because a lot of bad stuff. I could mention one because it's in the book. When I robbed 3 trailer loads of Cuddy Sock whiskey from Spectate Mixer, Spectate Midstate in Mineola, in Maspeth, Queens. I had 3 trailer loads of Cuddy Sock whiskey. John Gotti found me, a guy that had a catering hall out in Long Island. I mentioned that only because I put it in the book. Because when they told me to write the book, they said, put in some stuff with the mob, put in this stuff. So I had to put a lot of shit in there. But it was true. But I did whatever I had to do. Never asked nobody for nothing. If I had to get it, I had to get it. And there were times when I had to come up with, not times, there were 4 years, I had to come up with $15,000 a week, just in VIG in 1971, 72. When your father was making $30 a week in salary, I was coming up with $15,000 in VIG and still owed $720,000, $360 to each guy. So anyway, that's my life. So now we're up to this point. I come out of the hospital. Now, while I was in the hospital, I was thinking where I can go, and I started calling my cousin Cookie, and I hooked up with Dr. Burton's hospital. I figured, well, maybe there's something he can do, maybe with the pain. because I know that when I was going down there, when I made the deal with the Bahamian government, they built them a clinic down there. You guys know that story. So anyway, I made a deal with the Bahamian government. They built them a clinic. They went 50-50. I sent my cousin Cookie down there. She gets cured. But now I brought other guys. I brought many movie actors down there. I must have brought at least 150 kids because word of mouth got around and everybody. And I was paying for it. I was paying at that time $10,000 a person. They didn't take insurance naturally. So if I was sending 5-6 kids a week down there, I was paying for that. At the same time, I rebuilt the church in Monticello. So all of this money, all these races that I fixed at Belmont, Aqueduct, and everything else, I not only did it to save my life, I did it to save other people's lives. And this was the problem when they were writing the screenplay for my movie with Nicholas Pileggi. He says, Larry, there's too much material here. It has to be a series. And that's why it went from a movies to a series. And then when we went out there to sign the contract, that's when COVID happened. And then the rest of the world shut down, even up to now because of A&I. So it is okay. So I know I'm going all over the place. But anyway, when I was talking with the people at Dr. Burton's clinic in the Bahamas, I find out that, I knew Dr. Burton died, and then the guy who took over after him was Dr. Clements. I didn't know he died, but he did die. Now, the guy in charge is a doctor called Dr. Brown. And what they do, just so you know real quick, and I'll tell you real quick in 5 seconds, how Dr. Burton found the cure for clinic. When he was working for Sloan Kettering, he found 2 identical twins. They was next door neighbors. 2 identical DNA, whatever you call it, same everything. One had terminal cancer, the other one didn't. He extracted the blood because when I moved him, when he got thrown out of the Sloan Kettering, I bought him a house in Long Island and bought him $500,000 worth of equipment and everything else so he can continue all his work while I was making a deal with the Bahamian government. Now, I was doing all of this when I was in all this trouble, too. So there was a lot of things I was doing. That's why when I sat with Nicholas Pileggi and the people from Sony Pictures, they said there's too much material here. And then you add Nicky Barnes into that. You add John Gotti into that. You add all the mob stuff, all the other stuff. It had to be a series. And they really thought it was going to take over The Sopranos. So anyway, so now where the hell was I? See, I get all over the place. Where did I leave off?
Bahamas.
The Bahamas.
Okay, so now I call up. I'm in the hospital bed. I call up. Cookie gives me the number, and I find out that I says, "Listen, this is Larry Rolla." Okay, I says, "I knew Dr. Burton." Okay, I says, "I'd like to come down." He says, "What? You got to send us all your information. What kind of cancer you have?" And I says, "Well, I have stage 4, something." So they says, "Well, we're sorry, we don't take stage 4 people with cancer because we can only handle," and I knew this, they can only handle 100 people a month. You can only handle 100 people every 6 weeks. So he says, I said, I understand. Because if you got a guy that say he's 50 years old, he has 3-4 kids, or you get a guy in his 30s, he has stage 3 cancer, they can save that guy. Burton can save him. A guy 84 years old with stage 4 cancer, why should I take his spot? So I says, I understand. But let me get back to the malignant tumor. So how Dr. Burton found the cure was he extracted the blood from both of the brothers. And the brother that did not have cancer had a protein in the blood that the other brother didn't. He extracted that protein. I don't know if they call it a protein or whatever. He extracted that, just that protein alone, injected into a malignant tumor in the mouse, and the tumor disappeared within 3 minutes. And that's as much as I'm going to say, because then he went on to all the places. And then when he wouldn't give up the recipe unless he handled it, and the reason he wouldn't, he says, because they says, you got to give us, you work for us. He says, yeah, but I've been here 20 years. I've seen too many promising cancer treatments get swept under the rug because it's all about money with you guys. For 100 years, it's been chemotherapy, radiation, operation. That's it. There's a lot of advancements out there, but you consider them quack treatments. And if we found out that a blade of grass will cure cancer, you eliminate all the grass. So he understood that, and I understood it because I lived through it. Look, I was at Dr. Burton's clinic when the government sent down, and I can't think of the man's name, but he's a very wealthy family, politically involved. They sent him down with a blank check because Dr. Burton in 1973 had arrested, had his what he developed. He could tell if you, just by taking your blood, he could tell if you have cancer, what kind you're going to get, and when you're going to get it, and everything else. The girl that I've been with for 45 years now, since 1980, she had cancer. She was giving up. She was 50 pounds when I heard about her. And I brought it down. I talked to her family. I brought it down to Dr. Burton's in a plane. She's still alive today. Beautiful, beautiful girl, still alive today, Joanne. Okay? So I know a bit about cancer. And I also was responsible for a 1981 congressional hearing in 1981 that the U.S. government promised. We brought 100 patients in that were given up for dead by the United States doctors, and that he saved many. We brought them, we flew them all into Washington, had a 3-day congressional hearing, and the government promised that they would send 3 of their best scientists, 3 of their best college, everybody. And as of today, not one person showed up. Brought 60 Minutes down there. They stayed down there for a week. The government stopped them from showing the show. Was on Oprah, was on Phil Donahue, was on, can't get him out of the thing. The only thing that happened, and for you people that want to see the most interesting minute, maybe hour and a half show, there's a show on YouTube that I put together because there's a guy out there, a health freak, very sharp guy, Gary Null. And he was trying to get an interview with Dr. Burton when it was clear that Dr. Burton wasn't going to get into the United States. And they tried to blackmail him. And I'll tell you real quick about that. The government not only sent this wealthy guy down there he says, I'll buy whatever you have, whatever you want. You want $1 billion? You want $2 billion? Whatever. Dr. Burton says, it's not about the money with me. It's about so he wouldn't sell it. Then Steve McQueen come to me, and he was down with cancer, and he says, Larry, can you take me down? I heard the Cookie told me about it. So I take him down to Dr. Burton, and Dr. Burton says, yeah, you're pretty sick. You're pretty far gone. He says, but I think I can save you. He says, but you're too high profile. I'm trying to get back in the States. He said, I'm trying to get back there to save all these 500,000-600,000 people a year that are dying every year from this. He says, you're too high profile. And you're in bad shape. If you should happen to die here, I'll never get in. But if you go back and you get a letter from your doctors, you were seeing 3 doctors. You get a letter from them doctors saying that, yes, we did everything we can, and we did tell him to go home, make himself comfortable. There's nothing more that we can do. You come back here and I'll fix you. I went with Steve McQueen to these 3 doctors, and all 3 doctors says, well, anything could happen. I can't give you this letter. And we couldn't get the letter. Steve McQueen come back. Dr. Burton says, I'm sorry. Steve McQueen gets in a plane. He flies to Mexico. He drinks the afterbirth of cows that they said was an alternative treatment, and he died there. That's how he died. But that's how my experience with all of that bullshit. And then when they got mad at me in the beginning, when they took my intestines out, and they says, we're going to go for chemotherapy. This was a year ago. I says, well, I want to try ivermectin, because ivermectin, look, we were using ivermectin. It's a parasite killing drug. We were using it on horses to kill cancer cells. Now, cancer is not in the horses, but they had cancer around their eyes, on their body, little cancer spots. And we were up this ivermectin, it would disappear. Everybody knew that ivermectin was, and everybody knows that that cancer is probably caused by parasites. And that's what ivermectin is, a parasite. They don't even consider it when I told them I want to try the parasite. Now the mistake I made was that when they said, okay, if you don't take the blood test, if you don't take the chemo, at least take this new sophisticated INA blood test that come out. They can tell the numbers that if you're how much is in your body. So it's okay, I'll take that. And I also took a private test that cost me $1,000. It's another test that's out there. They're good tests. The numbers, when I took the ivermectin for 10 days, I took the test. I took the test first time. The numbers come back. There was still stuff floating around, whatever number it was. I took it. Then I sent for the ivermectin. I got the ivermectin. I took it for 10 days. The next test results were in. They were down to 0. So I says, fuck it. I'm not going to take no more pills. It's all over. You know, it's all over. It's all done. And I stopped taking them. I didn't take them. Then when I go to find out, when I couldn't breathe from the pain because the pain was getting worse, I go in for the pain. And that's when they found out that I had cancer throughout my whole body. But I lied to Joanne. I told her I was okay and everything else until it got to the point where it is today. So now, you know the story why I'm back and forth in the hospital, because I have the cancer throughout my whole body. I don't even feel it. I feel good. If it wasn't for that pain, I'd probably be playing softball. Who knows? I'd be fine. I'm fine. It's the pain that's just, it's never ending. And I had to take a triple dose just to sit here now. So anyway, so now here's the other part I got to try to get through. So now I understand that I can't go back to the Bahamas because they don't take stage 4 people. And that's it. And quite honestly, I have no money. I live off Social Security. I have no money. I'm working on a few projects that whatever money I could rob or steal, I put into these projects that I'm working on because I never stop. When Freddie did that tribute and he put Gregory Peck on, and Gregory says he's 85, but he never stops with his. That's true. I never stop. I'm working on projects all the time, aside from my movie. And if I need something that costs $1,550, I just go out and get it. I do whatever I'm not going to tell you how I get it because it's really shitty at my age. But I get the money. I get the money. So anyway, so now I get out of the hospital, and as I'm driving home, I'm thinking, what am I going to do? And that's when I make the decision to go into hospice and just end it. And then my cousin Cookie calls me. Now I make a promise to her that I can't end it. So now I say, what do I do? By the time I got home, all my friends that you see on the screen here, right here, my cousins and two other people, between everybody, I don't know how they did it, and I don't know who headquartered it, who started it. Between everybody, they got Dr. Brown to accept me at the Bahamas. They got me a room, paid for, delivered, my airfare, my room for 5 or 6 weeks, the treatment, which is considerable, and whatever everything is paid for. I don't need anything. I can't believe I just said it just because I could never talk like this 2 days ago. They did it. Some people say, you really don't know if you have one friend in your whole life. Well, I got a ton of them. I never asked. I never did nothing. All of a sudden, I get home, and by the next morning, I have appointments. They're calling me from the Bahamas. This girl, one of my friends, she called up and says, I'm his sister. Larry Rolla started that clinic. He was the one responsible for you being in the hospital. She told him the whole story. He's a personal friend. You have to take him. And the Dr. Brown agreed. That's what one of my friends did. Then between everybody else, they gathered up enough money where my plane fare, first class, hotel, wherever I wanted to stay, the money is there. This is something that I couldn't believe, and I could never talk. I'm surprised that I didn't break down because I could never talk about it. It's unbelievable. It never happened to me before, and all I get when I say this is that the same thing, and I appreciate it. But it's almost, and I don't want to insult anybody, but it's almost like you go to somebody who just had a baby, and no matter how fucking ugly the baby is, you say, "Oh, how beautiful." And the reason people are saying why everything, because I was such a good guy growing up and helping a lot of people. And I did. And I don't know of any person, I really don't. And I'm sure they're out there that could say that I double banged them, that I fucked them, that I wasn't a good guy, or didn't I help anybody when I had it. If I know you needed it, I had it. And even that one story that Joe Rico, somebody told him when we were out to dinner, I'll mention it because somebody mentioned it already, that we were out together, some of the horsemen, the tab come. Now I got the tab, and I happened to mention to the girl, what a beautiful girl. What are you doing working Friday night? You should be out with, you're beautiful. And she said, well, my husband just left me and I have a couple of kids and everything else. And I gave her, I think they said $1,000 or $2,000 tip. And that was me. That's how I lived my whole life. And if I had it, if I needed it and I didn't have it, I went and got it. I never hurt any individual purpose on purpose. And that's my life. So when they say, when I says, I can't believe it. And that was 3 or 4 days where I would cry. I never cried. And I'm not proud to say this, and I don't know why, but when my mother died, my father died, and they were very, very dear to me. I didn't cry. I just sat there and in fact, my father was buried at Moresco's funeral parlor on the 3rd floor, and I couldn't stay up there. I stayed there the first night with my mother, and the reason I stayed there the first night was because that was the time when Tannenbaum threw me. I won't go through that whole story with Tannenbaum, but it was I needed about 80,000, and I went to my mother, and because they had come to my house, and my mother was all nervous, so she says, "What's the matter? I'll help you. What's the matter?" And I told her I need about 80. So she says, "When do you need it by?" So he gave me 2 weeks. She sold. Tommy LaCasey bought her a bunch of mutual funds. She sold all the mutual funds. She sold all her life insurance policies for her and my father, and under one condition, that I would make my father, because my father loved me. He adored me. Wherever I was, he never went to work. He always stayed with me. If I was, no matter what track I was at, he was there. But my mother had a tough time because my father wasn't bringing in a paycheck. Good thing my mother worked for Tommy LaCasey, and she was making a good salary. But my mother was a hard worker and a tough lady. And in fact, I was her only failure. The only thing she ever failed at in life was raising me. My brother and sister, good people, legitimate people. I was the strange one. So now, when I told my father that he had to go back to work, I made up a lie that they were doing investigations, that if you don't have a license, you can't, and that broke his heart. And he sat down in the chair. He didn't go back to work. 7 days later, he died sitting in the same chair he never got up from. And that's why I blame Tannenbaum. And at his funeral, me and my mother were lending first. And I just looked at my mother staring at my father, and she had I'll never forget this. She had a tear running down her right eye, and it stopped right in the middle of her cheek like it was a painting. And I just looked at her and I said, "Mom, I'm so sorry." And she just looked straight ahead. I got up and I walked downstairs, and I never went back upstairs. I didn't cry. I didn't do nothing. I just never went back upstairs. When some of my friends come from the Bronx, I says, go find Tannenbaum. I was going to kill him. Go find Tannenbaum. Tell me where he is. We'll do it. And I says, no, just find him. Tell me where he is. I'll go do it. And they come back and they says he died last year. Otherwise, I'd be in jail for life now if I got caught, because I was going to kill him. But getting back to me, nothing like this has ever happened. Now, here's a guy, a busted out old man who ain't got 5 cents. Now all of a sudden is going to wind up with the best treatment in the world, first class, all the way down the line, by friends and family who are just ordinary people. Nobody's wealthy. Ordinary working people working on Social Security, living on Social Security, all retired, all around 60, 70, 80 years old, all chipped in a lot of fucking money to make the rest of my life comfortable and maybe able to survive, to survive this. Now, this is not about me. But look, I'm old. I lived a good life, and like I said, there's a lot of people in the game today, good guys, that really helped the game, have cancer, worse than what I have. The reason mine is so bad is because of that stupid tumor that's wrapped around the nerves. That's the part that gets me. But anyway, I just have to thank all of you people that sent all them well wishes that I never got a chance to respond to. And I have to thank you guys that are on the screen. If you had anything to do, and I don't know, the only one I know is Dina, because Dean is the one I think that orchestrated this whole thing. She was the one that said she was my sister, and before you know it, I have the money to go down there. I have, without asking, never asked. In fact, there were many of you guys on the screen here that offered me money months back, and I wouldn't take it. You know, just here, including Eddie, including another one or two guys that are not on. So I am so blessed, and I just had to come on tonight to thank everybody for all your well wishes and all the flowers and candy and notes and things that were sent up to me. I thank you all. It don't even match up. I mean, and I don't know how else to say it. I'm not going to harp on it. How many times can you say thank you when thank you is not strong enough? It's much more than that. It's that I would legitimately give up my life for any one of you guys out there. That's the only thank you that warrants what you guys did for me. And it's only going to be a matter of time before I find out everybody who was involved and how it was involved. And if anything should ever happen with whatever projects I'm working on, they'll all be paid back in spades. And I only hope that comes to that happens. Okay, now I got through this without crying. And now everybody got their thank yous, and now we can move on to other things. Freddie, I want to thank you for that nice tribute that you did with me. I know it was a last minute thing that you were just calling people and they would come on. And I think Michael LaChance was on, Billy O'Donnell was on, Gregory Peck was on, Dancer. He was on. Who else? I forget. And so anyway,
But there were a couple people that came in afterwards and said, "Gosh, I wish I would have known. I wanted to be there." Oh, Jimmy Marone was one of them, and it just like I just wish I could have made it. And there were multiple people that did that, and the well wishes that you got, Larry, are just overwhelming. I mean, I got like 100 messages on. Send Larry our best wishes. So we pray for him.
I just want you to know I really appreciate this, and just so you know, because the kind of life that I led, I was basically a loner. Like I said, I think of everything by myself. So I wasn't one of these clannish guys that where I was with my best friend every day. Everybody was my friend, and if I know you were in trouble and I could help, I helped. I did whatever I could to help anybody when I was in a position. But when I was not in a position, I never asked anybody for help. I went and did whatever I had to do to get myself out of trouble. And I was barred for life 3 times. And I got reinstated all 3 times. All because of what I learned in the streets. It's all about money and connections. That's what it's all about. You got money and connections. As long as you didn't murder the president of the United States, you're going to beat the rapper. You have a good shot. And I learned that at a very, very, very young age when I got the beating from the doctor, from the cop, Detective Sands, 114 Precinct, 1956. I learned that. And I learned it when Tommy Lucchese, when I first got my license and I couldn't get stalls. And I just got my license up in Buffalo. I couldn't get stalls. I knew nothing about getting stalls. I told my mother, Tommy gave me $20,000 to buy horses. I got the horses in Ambody's Horse Farm, but they won't give me stalls at Roosevelt. I didn't even realize Roosevelt Raceway was the biggest racetrack in the world with the top guys there. And here I was, a little snot-nosed kid with a provisional license, and they didn't let provisional drivers drive there. But you know who owned the racetrack? Morton Levy. Who was Morton Levy? Morton Levy was Lucky Luciano's lawyer, and all the mob guys' lawyer. He owned the racetrack. So Tommy Lucchese, who's a mob guy, had the family named after him, the Lucchese crime family. He made one phone call, and I got all the stalls I wanted, and that's what I learned at a very young age. It's all money and connections. Without money and connections, nothing. It's very, very, very difficult. Okay. Now, so I once again, I just thank everybody. I'm not going to harp on this no more. Like I said, that I only hope that the three guys that called me, and two of them are famous harness drivers and good guys. I only hope that they have the same friends that I have, that are able to help them and support them through some bad times. Because, you know, like I'm sure they're probably in better shape financially, but it makes no difference, because even though I have nothing, I have Medicaid, whatever I have. These guys, you can't have, unless you have that insurance when you're over 65, they'll fucking bust you out. You ain't got enough money to survive these bills that they give you. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for all of these tests and everything else. It's crazy. So unless you're unless you're a billionaire, you can't afford it. So it really has nothing to do with money, but it has to do with help and support that and I only hope that these other guys get the help and support that I got that I got. And they probably, I'm not saying they deserved it more than me, but I only hope that I only hope that they get it. I hope that the people around them, at the tracks they raced at, form some kind of GoFundMe or whatever. And I have to tell you one thing. Somebody offered to do a GoFundMe, and to me, it's like applying for food stamps. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I says, please, no GoFundMe, no. Look, everybody who has a podcast, every podcast in the world asks for contributions. I don't want to pay. In fact, you guys know there were people that call and say we're contributing $20, $50, or whatever. I says, please take it back. I don't want it. I don't want any money. I do this now because you guys, I haven't seen you in 30, 40, 50 years. And it's nice to know that you're not alone. And it's great talking to you guys. And the sad part about that is that there's nothing really it's like Anthony. He's sick now. His brother is sick. His sister just got a stroke. Joe's father has a tough time. Sal, thank God, Sal got fixed up with that shock therapy treatment that I started before. I did start it, Sal, but then the pain got so bad I had to stop. And Freddie has his own health problems and personal problems because he did 10 years of work for free. So anyway, I just hope them other sick people, and you know what I hope the most? I hope that someday somebody, maybe Donald Trump, has the fucking weight to pull it off. Because like I said, if Elon Musk made it a nonprofit situation like he could, because look, everybody gets into politics for money. Everybody knows that they get $150,000 a salary, they have 3 homes, they have this, and all of them are millionaires. So that's part of the game. Okay. And maybe they deserve it because they got to live in 2 homes. How do you live in 2 homes, raise a family and everything with only 150? So you gotta have perks when you take that kind of position. But some of them go a little bit overboard, or some of them, like the stock, they get information inside. Oh, they're involved in all of that shit, and good for them. But somebody should find a cure for this disease, because it's a terrible, terrible disease, and there's no reason for it. And you know why I talk so strongly about it? Because I was involved in it from 1971. I seen cures that were swept under the rug. Back then, alternative therapies were less than 1% of what the doctors were administering. Today, it's up to 70, 80%. And everybody's starting to know, even including the doctors, that alternative therapies are better in the treatment of cancer than what they have right now. And there's a lot of stuff out there that is good. It's only right now that they're starting to do trial treatments with ivermectin on humans. Up until a year ago, they were calling it, making fun that it's a horse dewormer. It is. It's a horse dewormer.
So what?
It kills cancer. It kills parasites and it kills cancer. So finally, they're starting to do it. when they told me, when they says, okay, tomorrow we're going to do the chemotherapy, this was a year ago, and I says, no, I'm going to go the ivermectin route. How could you do that? How can I do? Because I know what it does. I know what it does. I have first-hand information with people that took it. The only problem is 90% of what you can buy on the internet is only false bullshit.
That's
Nobody
fake.
knows how to nobody knows how to administer it. Meaning, how many grams or how much you should take. I think I was taking 40 whatever you call that a day, but most of them were taking just 5 and 10, and they were getting cured. And if you listen to the real stories about it, it works. But when I told the doctors, when they said we're going to start chemotherapy tomorrow, and I said, no, I'm not doing it, they look, and then when they looked at me like, oh, why would you do that? And I says, how the fuck could you walk into this office and walk past 40, 50 people out there sitting in wheelchairs? They're fucking gray. They got no hair. They're half my age. They look like they're deaf, and continue giving them the same fucking treatment. And every time I come here, there's one less fucking wheelchair. Every fucking time I come here. And then when somebody mentions an alternative therapy, because you weren't taught that in school, you put it down. Keep your fucking mouth shut till you know what you're talking about. And my biggest mistake was I stopped taking it because the 2 tests came back 0 after I took it for 10 days. And I still have the bottles, that because if anybody challenges me now with these, what I'm going to go through now, I don't know what I'm going to go through because they would give me a rough time. I bought it on February of last year, and there's only 10 pills missing out of each bottle, and I have about 4 bottles. There were 5 things I was taking: 3 parasite-killing drugs and 2 other, 1 antibiotic or something like that. So that's the biggest mistake I made. Had I taken that, I would have been fine today. So I made a big mistake. Okay, so now we got to get off this because this is fucking. But like I said, it's good. It's great to have you guys. It's great to talk about old times and everything. In the beginning, we were doing that. We were watching the races and talking about this and having fun. And every once in a while, we get crazies come on, like the Marone kid and like Andy, and we have a lot of laughs. But then there's nights like this where you have to start off like we did, and then it's hard to get out of it, especially when everybody on that screen has a situation that you know it's tough, and you just you know. But it's nice to know that you're not alone. It's very, you know, when you lay in that fucking hospital bed day after day after day after day, and you have nothing to think about except what's happening to you at the time. It was overwhelming to me. It was that because to me, you know, you're my friend. We go to Florida, we go here, we go there, and then that's it. We go our separate ways and everything else. But when you realize the effect and some of the stories that were told of the things that I did, and I hate to say this because it sounds like it's all about me, but that was just me. And there's 4 or 5 people sitting right here that could tell you that. Let's see what here. Yeah, I don't even want to read them because they're all you know, they're all about me. And so anyway, okay, so that's it. Now we'll get to. I just want you to know that my friend came over Sunday, and he hooked up. He hooked up my little thing here. This is what I told you guys about. I bought this in here for 2 things. I don't know if you can see them. They're 2 things as big as a dime.
Sensors.
They're sensors.
Sensors.
We're going to put them on a horse.
Right.
One the thing, and one I already know what. In fact, here I could show you right here. I have the placements right here. I don't know if you could see it. I'm going to put one right under the heat absorbing gel and one outside of the heat absorbing gel. So they're right next to one another, but one's going to be subject to the power of the heat absorbing gel and one is not. Now you take it off and you insert it right in this thing here with this wire here. You put it in here and you plug it into your computer, which you set up with the software or whatever you call it. and you could set the reading. I set the reading for a second. Every second, I want to see how high it went up. Second. I called up Freddie. I called up Eddie because he had a bunch of horses racing this weekend. So, but next week, if I'm still around, because I have a decision to make if I'm going to be, but I'm going to try to get this done before I go away. We're gonna go out there, meet with the veterinarian, and we're gonna train 2 horses that he has with that, and I'm sure it's going to be positive. And once it's positive, then we have big decisions to make, because then this thing could revolutionize the whole, especially if it works and the vet's there. And we're going to have it all documented. It's not going to just be, it's going to be documented on the computer. We're going to have printouts, we're going to have readouts, we're going to have everything. I have it all set up. So that's as much as far as I could go. Freddie says Eddie says it'll probably be the end of next week, maybe on a Sunday, that we could go. The only thing is I got a couple of heavyweight things going with the movie. I have to meet with two investors that might put up a bunch of money for me to make the movie or a TV series. They want to meet with me next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, I might be, because right after my that thing, epidural, whatever they do, that's on Friday. If they're telling me that the tumor that's resting is not cancer and the cancer people have nothing to do with it, I'm just going to hope the epidural works. If not, that same doctor is going to give me a bunch of pills to keep me okay so I can go to the Bahamas, and hopefully, Dr. Brown could help my situation. Then if that works, after 5-6 weeks, I come back to the States, then I will try to take care of that. If the epidural works, it'll be great. That means I'm off all the pills. I don't have to worry about nothing. And every 3-4 months, I get a new epidural, and everything will be fine. So that's the plan. Also, I'm working. I have to try to do this horse thing with the cap. I want to meet with these people about the movie. I got to try to get something going, because if I live, I want to repay all the people that are helping me right now that I never asked for, and they did it all in 3 days. I don't know how the fuck they did it. I don't even know how they even knew each other, how they met each other, how they networked. I don't know. But and not only that, but Dina was the one responsible and paid for a $2,000 Zoom call, video Zoom call that I had with this doctor, Meekin, who gave me a second opinion based on my chart, that they have everything they ever did, and he's a world-renowned oncologist. And he gave a 6-page report that I sent to them, and that's what prompted this, to make sure that they don't, like, in other words, now I got somebody on my side. I'm not only going to, I got a second opinion, and the second opinion is the guy that wrote the books that taught you what you're doing. So he's not, now they want to be careful. Now they're saying, well, maybe we better take a second look at this and everything else. But they could be right, because the doctor says this thing is too close to call. So if I was you, I would take more CAT scans about this and be direct in what you're doing to try to get a better picture. So now they know that I got a heavyweight on my side. And look, and if it turns out that it's not the cancerous tumor, then I'm hoping the epidural works. And then I'll go right to the Bahamas. Even if the epidural don't work, I'm going to the Bahamas, because he's going to give me enough pills. Because here's another thing that they don't tell you. That what I'm going through, they make a pill. See, the IV is 10 milligrams. The pill is 4. And it's short lasting. That's why I need it every 2-3 hours. They make a long lasting pill, one that's 10 milligrams. Based on my condition, this Stein doctor can get it for me, but he says, let's wait, because 2 reasons. Maybe the epidural work. The second reason is it got to be approved by the insurance company.
It's an extended release. It's an extended release pill.
Well, here's another fucked up thing. They have a thing now where I could take all the medicine they gave me to get rid of the pain, and they have a shot that stops you getting constipated. So you don't have that problem, which is a major problem, because when you get constipated from this, the pressure builds up like you swallowed a brick, and that pressure is extremely painful. Plus, you got the pressure in the back from the thing, so you got a pressure thing, but it's very expensive. Insurance don't pay for it. So once again, if you got a lot of money, you live a whole lot longer. You get the best doctors. You get the best of everything. So now there's two things out there that I could take that could really help me, but I can't afford to get them because I don't. The average person don't have the money to get them. So you're stuck with this shit. So that's just the way it is. That's life. But when I said to the doctor, I says, "How the fuck did you're asking me about ivermectin? How could you sit every day, walk out of the elevator and see all your patients, 40, 50 of them? You give them each 15 minutes of your time and they're fucking gray. And every time I come, what happened to that nice old man? Oh, he passed away, he passed away, he passed away. It's terrible. When I know that don't have to happen, that's what bothers me. If I didn't know, and I think that was the only way, that's it. But I know it don't have to be that way, and that's what gets me so mad. And that's why once I start talking about it, it's hard for me to get off it because it's sad. It's sad to see these poor people. There was a guy sitting there. Oh my God, so he's a young kid. What happened to him? He got cancer of the throat. So they started with the chemo and everything else. He got so sick and everything else. And so they says, well, let's use radar. Now, the guy that gave him the radar put the level up too high, whatever he did.
Radiation.
And the radiation killed the nerves and everything else. And he couldn't chew or swallow.
Yeah.
So now the kid's 50-something years old. He was in the next bed with me for 7 days in the same room. 7 days, his wife come up there for the rest of his life. They put 2 feeding tubes in him already in the last year. And both times he got infections. They had to take it out, all kinds of complications. The bottom line is for the rest of his life, he can't drink, he can't eat, and they can't put a feeding tube in him. But they could save him with some other fucking thing that they could do for him to get. Now, how the fuck would you like to live like that? This poor fuck guy can't get out of bed. He can't walk. He's 50 years old. He owns 3 flower shops in Jersey. And how the fuck you want to live like that? I said to his wife, I just don't understand it. How the fuck could you live like? Because she didn't know what to do. I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I should tell him. I can't stand seeing him like this. What kind of life is it for him? Much less we have kids, and how the fuck you do it? Just put a fucking pillow over your head. Do something. I just don't understand it. It's very, very sad. But what's even sadder to me is that you take an oath as a doctor or a nurse to help these people, and yet when you say, like when they did to my mother was in the hospital. I go up to see her. She was 94 years old. And I go down an elevator with my sister, and there's a lady screaming in pain. We get to my mother's room. It's my mother. I go to the front desk. I says, well, my mother, she's screaming and yelling. He says, yeah, we know we have to raise her pain a level of whatever the fuck it was. I says, well, do it. He says, I can't do it. The doctor has to okay it. I said, let me tell you something. I'm going back to that room. In 5 minutes, if you ain't there with a pal putting a pillow over her head. If you think I'm going to sit here and watch my mother, 94 years old, screaming and crying in pain, when you can give her a fucking shot, but you got to wait for a doctor who's probably in Puerto Rico or someplace, you're fucking crazy. So naturally, they call security. They brought security. I said, you ain't going to stop me, pal. Get the fucking shot. They got it. They got it without the fucking order. They got it. But that's what happens. That's what happens. I could be riddled in pain if in 3 hours I'm fucking riddled with pain, they can't give me an extra shot. They can't, there's Freddie. They can't give me an extra shot until 4 hours comes. Anyway, that's enough. I can't. That's enough. Anyway, back to the cap. So now that's what's going to happen. So as soon as that happens, we're going to go there. And I'm building a prototype right now, so I can put one of these little sensors right there. That's going to go under the cap, and this one's going to go here. Now, to check this out, I made this article here, and I got in touch with A&I, and I says, this is what I want to do. How would you place these things? Am I correct? And I says, or should I put one at the crooper at the end of the tail, at the back by the tail, and put one here? It's the best way, as long as you only have 2 sensors, put one here, right together, only one under the cap, and one above the cap. So you're going to get the temperature if you didn't have the cap.
Mhm.
So with one. The other thing that's going to help it a lot is that, and I checked this, and I know it to be a fact anyway, is that the material we're going to use for the blinker is, and in fact, if you see this design I made here, I made it short, but I can't get it in real life to live. This is just in front of the ears, and that's really the spot you have to cover. You don't even have to cover up here at the crown. It's right here.
Right. Yeah.
But I can't, there's no way to fasten this down onto the horse's head because the sensors have to be right on the skin. And there's no way to tie it unless you make the throat latch tight, and the trainers ain't gonna go for that. So
No.
it gotta be the blinkers. But the difference in a white blinker and a black blinker is 90%. The white one reflects the heat, reflects the heat from the sun, and the other one absorbs 90% more. Not only that, but every once in a while I have arguments with this AI bullshit, because I says, listen, you're telling me that when a horse, well, we know this. A horse, the only way a horse loses body temperature is through the skin. It comes out through the skin. They sweat.
Sweat.
Well, if it can come out through the skin, why isn't this heat absorbing gel going to be beneficial? You're telling me because it's going over the.
You froze. Larry.
Yeah, he froze.
I think I froze too.
Yeah, you were out for a while.
Yeah, I'm having some internet problems, it seems. Everyone froze now.
I'm all right.
Okay,
Larry's gonna come back.
Larry's gone.
Yeah, he'll come back.
Your back hurt? Anthony,
Yeah,
your
Well-
back hurting too?
yeah,
I can see it.
yeah. I'll call you tomorrow.
Hey, Sal, how are you doing?
I'm all right, Freddie.
Okay. I guess Heiser's pretty cool with the caps, right, correct?
Well, we haven't heard anything from him.
Okay.
You know, that woman was supposed to get something to us, and we haven't heard anything, which my guess is
Was that
they're
Lisa?
okay with it. You
No,
know,
the woman under.
Okay.
Lisa. What's her name? McGovern or something?
something like that.
Okay.
I bet you Larry now, he might have to start over again with all of us.
Shit.
I think he's in the abyss right now. Let me see if he sent another thing. No,
Oh, here,
he didn't.
here he comes.
Maybe.
Oh, all right. Nope.
Nope.
Maybe he's having internet problems. I had to hardwire my computer because I kept freezing, losing it.
You guys know about this stuff, man.
Well,
Thank
I
God
only
got my
have,
little iPhone.
Well, I'm using my phone tonight because my computer just last time we did it, I was having all types of problems with it. So.
Yeah, it's better.
but I only have cable up here, regular coaxial cable, but they make this thing that you hook on the end of the cable into your computer and then down into your router. So it uses that cable as a Cat5, and you're hardwired.
Cat 5. I thought that was a hurricane.
And I was trying to get back on.
He's trying, yeah. I could hear him.
But I will say, like the video that we did, the tribute to Larry, we had the response was just like overwhelming and just
That's
supportive
great.
Larry. I mean, it was just really,
That's
just
great.
really,
And
really.
It's great you put
The,
that together.
the response was just overwhelming.
Yeah.
And
Eddie called me the next day. He says, "What the hell happened?" I signed on. He says, I just signed on. I says, "Eddie, it's over." I says, "It's over."
well, I sent everything out by email. I did send it out to Michelle LaChance by. I sent it to the wrong email address by mistake. I sent it to LaChance, and I was supposed to have an M in there, and so that was a screw up on my part.
Yeah.
But Joe, you were able to get them on, and so
Yeah, well, I sent you the right email, and I called Mike, and he called me. So I know what to do. I got.
Yeah, that was on me. That was on me. I have Megan's email. I didn't send it to her, but I probably should have. But it's just like, oh crap. And then poor Mike, when he came on, he came on late in the middle of the show, and he like
Yeah, he didn't even know we were on the air. He didn't know we were live. He said, "So what are we doing? What are we gonna do this?"
And then when we started loosening it up a little bit towards the end, Michelle came in really good. I mean, he really came in good with some really good statements. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that.
And then there were many other people that contacted me afterwards and said, "Why didn't you tell me? I would have been on." So,
yeah. Well.
Okay, are we all back?
Yeah, all right, there you are.
Hey, Larry.
I did it. I know what I have to do now. First, I should have had my phone shut off, but all I have to do is go out and then reset it. I never reset it. Okay. All right. So anyway, so that's what. So as soon as Eddie's making arrangements for next Sunday to go and train these horses now, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have my vet. I'll have 2 sets of computers with me in case one screws up. My friend Tom, who set all of this up, is coming to Belmont with me in the morning. We're going to train one before the breeze, before the track closes, and one after the track closes. And then we're going to go right back to the veterinarian's office, plug it into the computer, and you're going to see second by second for 1 mile how the temperature rises. And what I started to say before is that, see, they try to make an argument that it only works one way. If the heat can be removed from the brain without the skull cap in natural conditions, because the bone that's covering the brain is porous like a coffin bone. The coffin bone is not like a cannon bone; it's like a coral. It's very, very porous, and that's how the brain is, because the heat got to go through the brain. So now they're trying to tell me that the heat goes through the brain up, but not down. So there's a lot of problems I have with them, but then we finally understand the language and it's okay. So the bottom line is this. Here's the bottom line. The whole thing changed now, because the bottom line is this. The best way for the heat absorbing gel to work is to pre-cool that whole area. Because naturally, the only way that brain area can get cooled is through the nasal passages, and that's as big as your fist. That means when they're running, the air, which is hot, is the only cooling thing, and it don't work. It's insufficient. It don't work. The horses weren't born to race, so it don't work. They have the only cooling thing they have is to sweat. So now, based on all the information I got from university, and I've been doing this now for another week and a half since I've been in the hospital, checking it up, is that if we can pre-cool that area for 10 minutes, which is perfect, because if you put the if you put the hood on and then they go out on the track, or even if you put it on in the barn area, which a lot of them like to do, but if you pre-cool that area, the body that whole area gets pre-cooled. So it takes seconds, maybe 15, 20 seconds for it to get to where it was before you recooled it. And then the heat absorbing gel didn't even start working yet because it's freezing point 75 degrees. And then you have a whole lot more time. So no matter how and I'm going to add that into the brochure that I'm putting together, and that's it. So that's what I've been working on.
Larry,
What?
one question. When you put the sensor on, are you going to clip the horse's head a little bit, the hair?
No.
To put the sensor?
No.
The hair's longer now this time of year.
The sensor's, you mean clip the hair where the sensor's going to go?
Yeah.
Well, it's not my horse. It's Eddie's horse.
You should, though, because the hair is much longer in the winter.
No, I know. Maybe if Eddie will let me, he'll let me.
Yeah,
But
it's just the size of a dime, right?
Circle.
yeah, it's a little circle. But
Yeah.
but you're right. That area should be right on the right on the thing. But
Right.
as long as if he won't let me do it, he won't let me do it. But as long
why
as
not?
both of them
Why
are
not?
on the same
Little
amount
thing.
of hair, it's going to work.
Do it right.
and this-
Clip
and this
that
is
little area.
amazing. We tried this Sunday when he put it together. It's amazing how you see that every second the temperature goes up, because what I did was we had an iron and I ironed the table, washcloth, and I heated one side, and then you could see it's getting warmer. The temperature went up. It's great, and then it records everything. It's great. I forgot how much it cost. I think it cost $200-300. I don't even remember what it cost, but that's great. It's a great thing. What I should have done was bought a bunch of them, but then there's no place to really attach them. You can't attach them to the girth. You can't. But I'm going to tell you something, and I sent it to, who the hell did I send it to? I think I sent it to Eddie. Something, ever since we've been talking about this gel stuff, now they're coming out with every fucking thing with gel in it. Now Big D's is selling a girth with gel packs in it, and their only thing is just to keep a horse refreshed and this and that. Costs $200. It's a fucking girth. It's not even a girth. It's a sleeve that goes over the girth with these gel packs in them. Now these gel packs, they got to be frozen. You got to keep them in the freezer, and that's why you can't fuck around the head. You can't put ice there. But they're doing, and they're selling them for $200 at Big D's, and all it is a bunch of gels that you put in the freezer. When you're ready to jog the horse or whatever, you take them out of the freezer. It's a pain in the ass. Who the fuck's going to do it? But they're selling them.
Yeah.
But ever since we start talking about these gels, now everybody's talking about gel for this, gel for that, gel for this.
That's why it's a good thing you got that patent.
Yeah, we got a patent, and the patent's, like I told you,
Yeah.
patent's paid for and everything. Everything is paid for. It's all well and done. The only money that's going to be owed on the patent is that in 1 year, he told me that when we finalize, because right now we're working on mock-ups and all different stuff. I'm changing it all the time. And what we're doing here is we're doing here for experiment. We're putting special pockets in just to test it to make sure it works. But at the end of the year, we have to have we'll have it before then, a final product that's how we're going to sell it. And what's going to accompany the hood is a pamphlet that tells you why, how, and I sent it to you guys, all the questions that might be asked and everything. But now I'm also going to add to it, the beneficial effects of pre-cooling that whole head area. And the best part about that is that once they even go onto the racetrack, because I was watching at Santa Anita, the fucking temperatures were 70, 80 degrees. They race on a top racetrack that creates more heat, even though it's so minor, it's not even worth talking about. But the phony racetracks are good for one thing, but they create a lot of heat. That heat radiates up the body. Now you're 80-degree weather. You're on the top racetrack. The fucking body's hot. Now you got a black hood on the horse, and you're not even at the starting gate, and your temperature's 103, 104 already. Now just picture that horse got 3 cc's of Lasix, 4 gallons of electrolytes. Now, if you ask the veterinarian what's the best way to stop heat stroke, AFib, or anything else, they say Well, the first thing you have to do is make sure that he's hydrated. Nothing else matters. If he's not hydrated, if he's in the best condition in the world, but you drained him, you're dead. Now you take the 4 gallons that he's going to piss out with just 3 cc's of Lazex, then you race him in 70, 80 degrees with maybe a 50-degree humidity, which together comes to 150, them two numbers, which they're supposed to cancel the races at that time, but they don't. And then the horse sweats another 4 gallons. You combine them two things, it's 10% of the horse's electrolyte system. Horse weighs 1,000 pounds, 70% is fluids. You lose 10% of your fluids, everything starts to. Nobody even talks about that. They don't want to talk about that shit. But Heiser is spending $800,000, and I don't want to get into that because that at least they're spending the $800,000 to find the effects, and I'm sure that they're going to come up with the same thing that I came up with a long time ago. Dehydration is the worst fucking thing that you can do for a horse, and you can tell in sports and everything else. All of these fucking athletes, they're dropping like fucking flies.
Of course.
So there's a lot of things that Heiser, and Heiser, I think from what I heard from Eddie, Heiser is waiting for this to happen because we really don't need this to happen. We could start selling this product right away because the FDA has no ruling. I checked into that because as long as we promise, we say we're not here to cure this, we're not here to prevent this. Go ahead. Heiser's rules are as long as it's not has nothing connection with batteries and it's non-toxic, go ahead. So we really can go straight right from here. But if we do what we do and everything works out the way I think it's going to work out, where the head veterinarian has the clinic that's going to be on the biggest racetrack in the country. And once he sees it, he's going to say, yeah, he's got to say, yeah. Once he says, yeah, Heiser's okay, who knows what could happen, you know? So
if the insurance companies get a hold of this, they're going to want everybody to have it.
And as you know, I think I sent it to you. I wrote a letter.
That'll be a home run.
Insurance companies, and I think I sent it to you guys. But this is driving me crazy. And I even have now, because of this bullshit I'm going through, I wear diapers now. Imagine me wearing fucking diapers. The guy that used to wear fucking Brioni suits in I'm wearing fucking diapers now. I took a pair of diapers off because they're unique. They're stretch and everything else. I says, imagine, maybe I could make a throwaway hood. Maybe I could make a set of blinkers because in the thing, I wish I got a pair on now. But inside this material, they have like a little pad that absorbs and that's right where the gel would go. Right. So I put one downstairs. And where my legs would go, I put over the ears, and it looks fucking perfect. But it's a little flip. And who the fuck's gonna buy a set of blinkers? Because once you use them once, you gotta throw them away. So I bought 16. I think they cost $18 or something. And I tried it, but it wouldn't work with horses. So we have to say. But it'd be great if I could figure out how to make this little piece right here, because that's the area we got to cover. All we got to do is cover this fucking area right here. But there's no way to really cement that onto the skin because the horse is bobbing his head like that without making it really.
Yeah, it gotta be secured in the hood.
We're gonna have to deal with the Amish because I hope that kid and Gregory Peck hooked me up with him. He's a good kid and he wants to do it, and he says he will handle everything. So once we get past this test, then the next step is I drive up to Pennsylvania because I want to talk to him in person. I have the other guy, Anthony, he sent me a lot of stuff. He sent me all this material, all different kind of stretch material that we could make this thing of. And this is from that company, AFCO, whatever the hell the name of it. Oh, Apex. And that's another thing, another marketing product. This is all the bad stuff is taken out of here. All the dyes, chemicals are taken out of this material. And it proved, and there are on record that they got positive tests because of the stuff that's in the blinkers. So that's another marketing thing. I'm not explaining it right, but that's it. So we basically got everything covered. And that's it. So I wanted to talk about that. You guys have nothing to do with about the movie, except let me tell you about the movie. Let me tell you just a little bit about that. Because I have to meet with some heavyweight people. I got to meet with, aside from these investors that I'm going to meet with, and I hope it goes that way because I'd love to control it. And then I have to meet with Mark Wahlberg's people because Mark Wahlberg has a company now. He's partners with a couple of guys, and it's a big company. And he wants to do stories of real life people that have been through real life experience. He wants to do them kind of stories. So I met with a person that's very close with him, and he's very interested. So what I did to make it more interesting, because I have a screenplay. I also have the TV series that me and Nicholas Pileggi started to write. We started to write this. This is here you can see. This is podcast 6. Series 6, series 5. And it goes through the whole thing in series. So we have the series done. We have a screenplay done, even though they're going to change it anyway. But I'm ready to go. But I figure if I have a 5-minute video that will explain the opening act and just change it a little bit so it don't happen on the boat, it happens right in the cafeteria. And the 5-second video is, geez, I wish I had it out here.
Larry, do you ever get that edited and done? I meant to ask you.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna let me just finish the story, and then I'll tell you. So now that's what we're talking about. This thing. So now I set it all up. I can't get real actors because, like, Armand Asante, he wants to play Cabert. I can't make a little sizzle reel, 5-minute sizzle reel, and to promote it and let the star of the show. You know, I can't do that. So I had to use plus. Actors that belong to SAG don't want to do it because they're not supposed to do anything that. So I got regular people. I got regular street people that to do it. In fact, I got my friend Jimmy who did the first. Now Jimmy's father is Cabert's. Cabert worked under Jimmy's father. Jimmy's father is Juicy, who was in jail for 47 years. Jimmy was in jail for like 10 years. So Jimmy comes out of jail, and I get a hold. He was on my first 4 or 5 podcasts. So I get a hold of Jimmy. I said, Jimmy, look, you used to sit on Cabert's knee. You know him better than anybody. I want you to play Cabert. And he's a fucking mobster anyways. So he's playing Cabert. Now I got another guy to play Little Sammy. Now there's only 3 people in this whole little 5 thing that have words. Cabert has the most words. Sammy has the next most words. And the guy that's playing me, which is my friend here, he's on here, Manny, he's playing me. So now I'm supposed to get a guy. I got a guy to play Sammy. He's an ex-detective. It was perfect. He knows interrogating people. He's perfect. So now we go there. I wake up that fucking morning. I was so sick. I was riddled with fucking pain. I fucking took 4 of them pills and everything else. I fall in the shower. I smash my head. My head is split. My knee is fucked. And I'm dizzy and I can't move. She can't get me up. I'm on the floor. I can't get up, but I got to get to the VFW building because I rented the whole building to shoot this thing. So I finally get there and everything, and I'm really fucked up. But I managed to get the Dunkin' Donuts. I bought donuts. I bought coffee for whoever shows up. And okay, now we're shooting. We're ready to shoot. It took us 3 hours to set up the lighting, because it's done professionally. It was done professionally. You'll see it. You're going to like it. It wasn't done bullshit. It was done with real stuff. Okay, so now we're sitting there, and everything is set up. We start setting up at 8 o'clock in the morning. And now it's 11. We're going to start shooting at 11. Everybody's there except the guy to play Little Sammy. I'm in the fucking corner. 1 minute I'm freezing. Next minute I'm sweating. I'm fucking dying. I just hid in the corner, and 1 minute I was freezing. Next minute I was hot. So anyway, they're calling me and they says, "You want to take a peek? Because I'm supposed to be the director, you know." And I said, "No, just do it without me. We can't. The guy, where's the guy that's playing Sammy?" He never showed up. There's nobody else there. The only other guy there is Alfred with Shaman, and Alfred's 90 years old. Plus, he's blind and he can't hear. And the other man there is the camera guy. So I got to play Sammy. I'm fucking, it was terrible. Now I got I can't cancel it because I got my friends coming from all parts of New York and Long Island and in Queens and everything. And even my friend Peter, that's on all these mobster movies, I got him because you look at his face and he's terrorizing. In fact, he scared everybody down. He's one of these guys that look like a bad guy. And so he says, no, I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you, because I was going to get actors in the beginning. And then when I found out that there'd be a problem, but he says, no, I'm going to do it for you. I don't give a fuck. So I says, look, there's no speaking part. Just sit there, because at the end, when Bert says to me, you says you could pay, well, you miss one fucking week, this will be the last face you see. And he points to my friend Peter, and it's fucking scary. So I have to play little Sammy. So now the part comes where my friend. Now I says, you got to get me a fucking hat, get me glasses, get me something. You can't see me because I'm fucking dying. So the part that I have to play is Bert. We walk in. Now this is when I went to Florida and I took a shot at him. It's when I lost $1 million. And then I had good credit with them, but I was broke, but I had an addiction. So I went to Florida and I took a shot. I bet but this story is just about, I don't mention I don't mention the Jewish mob. I just mentioned Bert. So the thing is that me and the guy who played me, Manny, we walk in. And we walk over to the table. So Bert's sitting there at the table with his henchman there. And he's drinking a demi-tasse there with the cigarettes there and everything. This is done in the 70s. And he looks up and we walk in and he says, welcome home. This is Bert now talking to me. Welcome home. And he says, you look good for Florida. Florida treated you good, but I gotta ask you something. Now this is acting. Now this is the part. He said, I gotta ask you something. We've been doing business for over a year. We never had a fucking problem. You could have come to me with anything. We could have straightened it out. But instead, you pulled a scumbag move. You went to Florida. You ran. Not for 1 week, not for 2 weeks. For 3 weeks, you took a shot at me. You know who I am. You know what I do. How the fuck did you do that? How the fuck did you think this was going to end? Now you come back. You owe me $360,000 that you don't have. And what the fuck am I supposed to do? There ain't one motherfucker in this town that took a shot at me that's alive today. Now you tell me why I shouldn't blow your fucking head off, put you in a barrel of cement and throw you to the fucking ocean. Tell me. Now I have to speak. Manny has to speak. Manny's playing me. So Manny's sitting there and Manny just says, because I could pay. So now Bert, who's my friend Jimmy, he sits there, he stares at me, and then he looks up at Sammy, who's me, and he laughs. He says, you hear this fucking kid? You hear what he said? You hear what he said? Now I have to talk. Now here's my part. Yeah, I heard what he said. I said, the only thing I can say is we got $1 million of his money in the last 3-4 months. He showed up every day on time. It was never. He controls a lot of races around here. He does a lot of stuff. That's why I let him go. And I think he can pay. That's the part I had to play. Then Sammy says, then Bert says, and then he goes into the hotel. Okay, you can pay? Okay, now let me tell you what I'm going to do. You're going to get a pass for showing up. You're going to get a pass. But you're going to pay the fucking money. And I'm going to make this $360,000 you owe me a Shylock loan, 2 points a week. That's $7,200 a week. You understand what I'm saying? So Manny has to say, yeah. So he says, you miss one fucking week, and this will be the last face you ever see. And he points to my friend Peter, who's terrorizing. And then basically ends. But before that, we have a voiceover explaining a lot. And that's what we're doing now. We have the voiceover, it's 40 seconds. And we just Sunday, we picked out some pictures that would fit the voiceover as we're saying them, like the football game, racetrack, people betting, OTB, all that kind of stuff that fill in the 40 seconds. That's what he's doing now. So as soon as that's done, whenever it's done, I'm hoping it gets done before I have to meet these investors that I have, because when I went to these investors own gun shops. In fact, that's how I met them. I got a gun, and I went there, and my cousin brought me there, and he knows them well, and he introduced me, and he started telling. He told me to bring him a couple of books, so I brought them a couple of books, and they're two Jewish guys that wear these beanies and everything, real Jewish. And he says, oh, and my cousin says they love this mob stuff and everything else. And they read your book and they fucking love it. And that's the next time I go in there, they says, geez, is there any parts for me? I'd like to play. So I says, in the book, you see, there's a guy, Bonnie Cutler. He's an old Meyer Lansky guy. He's the guy I owed the other $360,000 to. So he's a Jewish guy. If you want, I'll go home. I'll write you a little part in it, like make believe I missed a week with Bonnie. And then all of a sudden I'm in my house and the door knocks and it's you two guys show up with a fucking beanie on.
Yarmulke.
And they say, I'm Abe and I'm so-and-so.
A cool yarmulke.
Yeah, whatever. And then he says, yeah, my name is Abe. And really nice. Manny sent us over to say hello. He misses you. And that was their first friendly mention. In other words, the Italians would come and fucking grab you by the throat and say, you better not miss next week. But the Jewish guys come over and say, yeah, man, Manny misses you. He'd like to say hello. So why don't you try to see him this week? And that was their first, like naturally the next message they come with something. So, but they loved it. I wrote it in for them. So now what I like to do when I meet him is show him that little 5-minute clip and also show him how I pictured them. It'll fit right into the story in the book. And they're very, very wealthy. They're partners with President Trump's daughter's husband, that young kid. They own half the waterfront down in Seaside Heights. They own all
Jared Kushner.
Yeah. They're very, very wealthy, and they got a lot of money. They own a bunch of stores that sell these guns. You got a fucking store as big as Walmart, and so they want to meet with me. They want to take me to They says we're going to buy you the best steak and everything. We want to talk about this stuff. So I'm a little excited about that because if I'm able to raise the money, a couple of things can happen. The first thing I'll do is and I'll let them know that I'm going to sell my script. I'm going to take $350,000 and I'm going to pay my house off. This way, if anything happens to me, Joanne has a place to live. Second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get my friend into Donato. He makes movies. He makes movies for $1 million that look like $15-20 million movies. He knows how to do it. He's been doing it for 20 years. He made about 8 movies already. He's making 3 more this year. And we met and everything. He says I can make but he says anything under $1 million, we don't have to deal with the unions. We can get away. You deal with the unions, you need 5 million. You deal without the unions, you need $1 million. He says I have my own camera crew. Not only that, but he has his own distribution. Through the years, he made friends with people in Europe where he knows before he even makes the movie. If I do this, and this, how much you think you can get? So he knows exactly. And so I would like to do it myself because then I can control the whole thing. I can control who can play me. I'd be the advisor on the movie. That was my life. And I could put all my friends in it, and into Donato himself as an actor. All the movie he made, he writes and he stars in it, and he's really good, really, really good. And the last movie he made a good one recently that's really good. He made one for $80,000 called Bastard Sons. You should watch it. It's unbelievable. He made it for $80,000 himself, with all decent actors, all his friends. But it's a really good movie. So I got it all set up. So Hollywood is in such a fucked up mess right now because first the writers went on strike, then the actors went on strike, then the union went on strike, and then AI. I'm going to show you something right now. Now I think I shut my phone off. Oh no, it ain't off. I'm going to show you something right now. What's fucking up Hollywood? I only hope that you can hear it. There's me. I speak one fucking language and I speak it poorly. The average vocabulary is probably 15, 20,000 words. I know about 5 words. That's it. My whole fucking vocabulary.
You
Now,
keep on saying that.
They have me. Now listen to this. This is what my friend is. This is why Hollywood is so fucked up. Why they're not buying nothing. Watch this. Let me see if I can get it now. Okay, watch this now. Let's see. They got me here. Now pay attention. Anthony.
What?
Pay attention.
I am.
They got me here speaking Italian. I don't even know how to speak English. They got me here speaking Italian. Watch this. Is it working?
Lui mi guarda e mi dice: Sammy, ti ha lasciato andare troppo oltre. Quello era il suo uomo, quello con cui avevo a che fare. E lui dice: Sammy, ti ha lasciato andare troppo oltre. Questa è responsabilità sua. Ha detto: sei andato troppo oltre. Questa è responsabilità tua.
You can't see the picture. But that's me talking. My lips are perfect. Everything is perfect. I got me talking Italian.
That's unbelievable.
I got 150,000 things in Italy on a podcast that they're talking like this. My friend Frank come here. We did a podcast, which is this, and then he put it all Italian. I got 150,000 views in Italy. That's why Hollywood is so fucked up. So it's better that, because even if Mark Wahlberg does it, he's going to rewrite it. He's going to change things. It's going to be years. So maybe the best thing for me to do is hook up with these guys, which I'm going to do. They want to have dinner with me, like I said, Tuesday. So guess what's going to happen Tuesday? My cousin called me up and he says, I set up the meeting for Tuesday. There's only one problem, is that where he lives down by Tom's River around there, they're supposed to get 2 feet of snow on Sunday. So like every fucking thing I do in life, I accomplish it, but it's like climbing Mount Everest. Every fucking move I make, I eventually get it done, but it's everything. Nothing's easy. It's just unbelievable. But anyway, that's why Hollywood's such a mess. So I would really, especially when the only bad thing is, like I said, I have the screenplay here, and I have a TV series here, and the TV series is goes on for 10 years, but I can make it last longer because there's a lot of stuff that happened after that that's more exciting than what's in here. And if I want to come right up to date, they stuff as far as I can go.
Hey, Larry, I got to get off because I've got another call I've got to take at 8:15.
Okay.
My time.
Okay.
So I just
thank you. I'm sorry.
No. I'm thrilled that you're going to the Bahamas and everything else. It sounds great. Keep us informed. I just have another call. I didn't know I was going to be on this long.
I just wanted to come to thank you as one of my friends for coming on.
Absolutely, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You're in my, like I said, you're in my prayers, and
you're still in good shape with that shock therapy.
Yeah, well, I haven't had any since just before Thanksgiving, but my back is okay.
Good.
But I've been sitting 2 hours too. Sometimes when I sit a long time,
okay.
Not the sciatica, but the rest of my back will start to.
Well, thank you for coming on, and thank you.
No, my pleasure. My
Sal,
pleasure.
I'll call you tomorrow, okay?
All right.
Catch up with you.
All right.
All right. Good night, Sal.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Sal.
Good night, Sal.
Good night, Sal. Guys, I'm going to get off too.
All right.
I'm
Take
pretty
care of
wiped
yourself.
out.
You look like you're in bad pain too.
Yeah, I am. I just don't feel right.
All right, go to bed. Yeah, you're looking
Yeah.
worse. Go to bed.
Joe, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I got
Okay,
Anthony-
yeah, make sure you call me,
All
Anthony.
right, Larry, I'll talk to you. Freddie, take care, buddy.
And I
All right,
hope your brother-
Anthony.
I hope
Good
your
night.
brother gets better. You get better.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, I
You're
will.
the youngest one of this crew. You got to take care of
I
yourself.
know. I know. I can't.
All right,
I
hey, go to
know.
bed. I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Good night.
All right.
Okay. Now
Yeah,
this
he
is-
looked like he was in pain the whole
Yeah.
show.
Yeah. Well, I just, I just wanted everybody to come on because I just wanted to thank everybody. It was like just,
You did a good job, Larry.
yeah. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I know sometimes I ramble on and I say things 2 and 3 times over and over again, but that's it. So I think now, unless you guys want to talk about something, I'll just go briefly down this thing and see if there's anything. I can't respond to all the thank yous because I already did. So let's just see. Well, I'll just go down one at a time. Angelique, she's back.
Wow.
Oh, Larry, Anthony, Eddie, and Freddie. Hi, Angelique. Pretty
Uh,
great.
Wow, Angelique's been gone a while. Hi,
Yeah.
Angelique.
She deserted us. I think Angelique was the one that she came from that other guy's place. Sundance. Is Angelique the girl that came from remember the place that starts at 7:00 that I made you go to, my friend? I forgot his name already.
What's his name? Chats or something?
No.
The guy in the morning.
Yeah, 7:00. If you see the
Steve
Sundance,
Stacks.
no, it's not that. I forgot. Anyway, if
Coffee with
Sundance,
something. Coffee with somebody.
yeah. Okay, Steve Basile, welcome back, Larry. Thank you, Steve. Okay, hello, Sundance. Let's see what this says. Hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Angelique Hyatt. Okay, Steve, like is thumb up button. Like is the thumbs up button. But who the fuck sees a thumb button? I don't
see it.
Well, there got to be someplace because I get a lot of thumbs up because my friend Jimmy watches, and he every once in a while when somebody puts a stupid remark up like that guy that
All
I'm
right.
not going to talk about, he kind of
Yeah. Forget it.
Larry Cox, hello everyone. Hi, Larry. Bob, X out of the chat and tap on the thumbs on the phone. Yeah, that was when I was blocked. Yeah. Joe Hawk, glad to see you better, Larry. Thank you, Joe. Golden Way, wish you well. It's great to see you and your all friends. Yep. If any of these things happen, it's going to be exciting because then we're going to talk more. We're going to show you all the films about the hood and how it works. We'll put them up. Then if we start making the movie, we'll we'll include movies and actors and everything. We'll have it could turn out pretty
It could
interesting.
blossom into a nice thing.
Yeah. Okay. Mercy, Mark, so happy to see you all. Yeah, we're happy to see you too. Sundance. Hello, Steve Basile. Hello, Larry Cox. Angelique, are you the one that's on that show in the morning? I can't say the guy's name. Dominic, okay. Hello, Angelique. Eddie had a nice race result last week. Very nice, exacta. I think Eddie finished second with the horse, I think.
Yeah.
And another horse finished fourth, I think. He was happy with the way he raced. So that's good. Let's see. Lieberman, Larry, take care of yourself. Joe Green, Joe G, been filling me in. Take care of yourself and listen to medical people. We are stronger as am unit.
As a unit.
Joe will keep me posted. That's you, Joe. He's talking about
Right. Yeah. I speak.
He has his own problems, this guy.
Yes, he does. But
he's in bad shape. And that's what I mean. These people in a lot worse shape than me.
he's a very caring guy.
Yeah, a good guy.
Yeah.
There's another guy too that sends me prayers and prayers and prayers. It's good. And who the fuck ever? There's a million channels out there. I don't know how they find this channel because I don't promote it. And yet, after a week or 2 weeks, it's like 1,000 views, and you know they watch it. I don't know what the fuck they watch. Why the fucking guy in Virginia care about this shit? The guy in Australia, but they watch. Okay, let's see what it says here. What did this be? What? Grace Napolitano. Yes, you did, Larry. Yes, you did what? Oh, let me see. Larry, take it. No, I don't know what this means. Yes, you did, Larry. Oh, maybe Grace. Oh, you know who that is? That might be Cookie's sister, Grace. That's her last name. She was married to Joe Knapp.
Joe Knapp, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's my cousin. That's it.
Yeah.
So she just, because what she wrote just said, yes, you did, Larry. So I guess she was listening to the whole thing. So Gracie, poor Joe Knapp. He was such a good guy.
Yeah, Joe was so good.
Yeah, he had that disease. I forget what you call it, and he just died in his chair, sitting in his chair.
Yeah. We were stabled next to each other in Rockingham.
He had Crohn's disease.
Yeah.
He had Crohn's disease. He's well, what a good guy. He worked for me for.
He was a really nice guy, really good guy.
Yeah.
We were right next to each other in Rockingham. We used to tell stories, laugh.
Yeah.
A good man.
Okay, Larry, you're a hell of a guy. Sending love and health from Saratoga. You are well loved and so happy you shared your life with us. Your friend Rob. Well, thank you very much. See, that's what I mean. If I don't do a show like this and respond to these guys, they think like, you don't even respond. But you don't realize that there's hundreds of them. You can't, I got to do something like this to respond. Okay, Steve, great to see you all. Great to see you too. Tony Bongiorno, old school prune juice. Hey, you want to know something? Joanne bought me a big gallon of prune juice. I'm way beyond that. What I have is fucking cinder blocks. I need a lot more than prune juice to get these. You eat a fucking cheese sandwich at noontime, by 6 o'clock, it's a brick.
Yeah. That's the opioids.
And I can't believe, Joe, because I asked you. I can't believe. I'm going to tell you something that happened to me. It's embarrassing as hell, but I asked you once, what do you take? You take 3 times more than I take.
4 times.
And I asked you what you take, and you says you just take stool softeners.
Yeah, I take them because they help a little bit. It's very painful to go to the bathroom.
I took stool softeners. It didn't work, so I doubled the dose. Then I took them at breakfast, lunch, and dinner time.
You can't do that.
Well, I did that. Then I took a thing. I forget what they call it. It's like an X-Lax thing. I don't know what it is. It's mixed with water. And I took that because it was starting to. Because you got to remember, I'm fucking paranoid because they told me now all you got left is your small intestine.
Right.
So I'm paranoid about getting. So now I took 6 or 8 of them pills, SENNA, them pills, and then the thing, and then I woke up in the morning, and all of a sudden you feel an urge that you have to go. I said, thank God.
And you didn't make it.
But you don't make it. It just comes out. So I said, Joanne, something happened. I go to walk the dog. I feel I emptied out. I go walk the dog. I get a half a block away, and all of a sudden you feel it, but you can't stop it. It just comes. Now I fucking run home. I go get fucking. That's what I have now. I have male pants on, whatever you call them, male diapers. So she comes home and she gets them. Now by then I'm fucking emptied out. I mean, So now in the afternoon, I got to go buy dog food. So I go to the supermarket. This is so fucking embarrassing. I go to the supermarket. I just come home. I'm all cleaned up. I got my new diapers on, and I'm online. Pay.
Oh boy.
I feel it. And here it comes. I was running down my fucking legs and everything.
No shit.
So fucking disgusting, embarrassing. I just come home and I was hopping in the shower. I said, I can't do this. So what I did the next day, I didn't take anything. Now I'm trying to get back on a regular schedule. But I had to fuck up this morning because I had to take them because I had to go to the doctor and I was starting to get bound up. It's just a tricky thing. I just got to get on a regular schedule where I take how many?
Yeah, you can't overdo it with them because
I know that. So now I just took 2 now before I started the show. I took 2 now, and I'm hoping that that's enough because you can't. That's the worst fucking thing. That's embarrassing. I mean, so anyway, that's it.
you're better off taking one a
So
night.
glad to hear about that. Okay,
Yeah.
John Higgins, great to see you, Larry. Bunch of jerk offs on horse slop talking shit. Fuck them. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do something about that.
Yeah, let's move on from that.
Just move on. Okay. Okay. Sundance, Larry. I had chemo. I didn't get sick or lose my hair neither. Did your cousin Cookie? That's when she called me up. My cousin Cookie called me up. When after I made the decision to go into hospice and just ended, on the way home, she called me on the phone. And she says, Joanne told me and she made me promise that I would do. She says the chemo today is different than it was years back when I was involved in the 70s and 80s. She says they come a long way with chemo. It's not as, don't get you sick and don't get you this, don't get you that. She says, and Cookie was on.
It's more targeted now.
Yeah, and what Cookie said was she had cancer, and then in 2014 or 2015, this is what she told me on the phone. She says, Larry, I got breast cancer again. She says, like 15, 20 years after I got breast cancer. But we didn't have the money to go to the Bahamas. And so she took the regular treatment because the doctors convinced her that it was. And she tried it. And she says, I took it for 6 months or whatever. She says, I never got sick one day. And she says, you have to promise me that you're going to take the chemo. And that's when I promised that I would.
Thank God she got to you.
Yeah. So yeah, she did take it. And you're right, Sundance. I think in Utah, see, Sundance is the girl that when I'm in a hospital and Joanne has to work, I can't leave my dog alone because when I got my knees on, he was raised on my lap. And he's so attached to me that if I'm not here, I can leave him alone for 2-3 hours in the morning, but then after that, he gets anxiety attacks. He won't eat. He won't. He gets very sick if I'm not around. So I make Trish come over, and she stays with the dog. The other day, she stayed over 2 nights. She stayed here with Joe. She stayed in the day, then she slept over a couple of days, and it works out well. Now, if I go to Bahamas, I have my other friend Jimmy, who's coming. That was my biggest problem. What's going to happen? The dog can't stay alone from 8 o'clock at night till 5 when Joanne gets home. Jimmy, my other friend, that's on the show over here all the time, and he's going to come 3 times a day. He lives a couple of blocks away, and the dog loves him. And he's going to take care of the dog. He's going to walk him 2-3 times. So I'm all set in every fucking way. I'm telling you, you guys out there, how you put all this together in 3-4 days, it's amazing. I don't have to worry about the dog. I don't have to worry about nothing. It's just unbelievable. And something that I will never, ever forget, because it's the first fucking time that something happened to me where the person given wasn't expecting something in return. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Okay.
And it ain't over yet.
On my throat 33 times. That's Trish. That's Sundance. That's the girl that used to work for me.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Okay, John Higgins, Freddie, thanks for your podcast. Great job. You know John Higgins?
No.
Sounds familiar.
The name sounds familiar, but I can't place him.
Larry, please don't do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. She's talking about what Freddie Hudson's talking about, what Joe's talking about. but it's tough, boy. It's tough to let it go. Like,
Don't worry.
it's tough to let it go.
You get through this and then you worry about it.
Who, how is that? How, who, this is.
Wow, this is so tough
Wow, this is so
to
tough.
listen to.
Well, I don't know if it's. Well, I think he means it sincerely. That I
Yeah.
think. I don't know, but anyway, thanks for watching in.
Hey, Larry and Joe, I have to run, but Larry, I have to ask you one question. When are you going to the Bahamas? Is that date set up?
No, you know why? Because like I said before, I didn't finish the story. They're going to make a decision. If when I go tomorrow, they're either going to take another CAT scan because I had my guy who gave an opinion, and the opinion is this: if they do another CAT scan or just review the 3 that they already have, if they come to the conclusion that the tumor is not causing the pain by hitting the nerve, in other words, that it's separated, it's not the cause, the cancer people have nothing more to do with it. I have to go to a back specialist, a surgeon. And once I free the pain up, then I go back to the cancer people. If the cancer people come to the decision that it is the cancerous tumor that's present, then I go to their place and they treat it with radiation, they shrink it and get it out of there.
I'm
So
sure
one
it
of
is.
the things is going to happen Wednesday. They're going to tell me
Okay.
either going to do it or I have to take care of it myself. If I have to take care of it myself, I have an appointment Friday morning, 7 o'clock, to get an epidural. From the epidural, I'm going to the Bahamas. And if they want me to do the radium, if they agree that the tumor is hitting the nerve and I go for the radium, then I'm going to stay for the radium until the tumor is gone, the pain is gone, which would take 4 or 5 weeks, and then I'll go to the Bahamas. So that's
Larry, make sure you got WhatsApp on your phone, right?
yeah.
Okay.
I also got a passport. I didn't I didn't know
No,
you
I mean
needed a passport.
to make phone calls and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't want to get hit with roaming charges and all of that crap.
Yeah, I got WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Cookie. She says, I'm here, cuz. That's my cousin Cookie.
All right.
That's the
Good.
one that's
Right.
she's the one.
Anyhow, good night, guys. I got to go. My battery is almost dead.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Good night,
Take care,
Freddie.
Freddie.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
There's
Good
my
job,
cousin
Cookie.
guys. That's my cousin Cookie that's on here. That's
You
my
did a great
cousin.
thing, Cookie. Thank you.
Yeah, she called me up and she said she's a strong lady. This little lady's a strong lady. What she's been through, not only with her life and everything else and the cancer that she's been through, she's a tough lady and a great gal. And she's the one that made the call on Tuesday that made me go back when she says you can't do this. I made the call. She's the one, and I called her up and I told her. And it's hard for me to. This is the first time I'm talking about without breaking up, and I never cried in my life. But it's hard for me to say that because right now I'd be dead 3 days, 4 days, whatever if it wasn't for her. And I told her sister. I told her sister, Powsy, her name is, her older sister, because I'm very friendly with her. And I told her that she's the one that did it. If it wasn't for her, right now, I'd be ashes. Okay, but so Cookie, thank you very, very much. You're a sweet girl, and that whole family. I got a great family. I got a really, really big Italian family, and we're all very, very close.
That's great.
And they all supported me through everything. In fact, my cousin Pete was the one that got me out of a lot of trouble. My uncle Carmine, my uncle Pepe. This is when I was a kid out of school, 16 years old. They put me on the waterfront. They took care of me, and they gave me all these jobs. They got me out of trouble. Just a good family. But most of them are gone now. But thank God, Cookie and them are still alive. And see, like how many, like I told Powsy, Cookie's cousin, what Cookie did for me, how the fuck could you just say thanks? How do you repay that? It's
people like that, you don't have to say thanks.
It's almost like
They're
an
just
insult.
good
It's like
people.
sitting in a restaurant, a girl waits on you for 2 hours, you're having a meeting, the tab comes, it's $100 and you leave her $1 tip. It's like saying thanks for something that Cookie did to me. it's not sufficient. It's not, but I don't know any other way to say it. I guess that's the only word invented for somebody that did you. This is not just, you paid my fucking diner bill. This is, you saved my fucking life. This and I don't know, and her sister come on and said before everything that I said was yes, 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 yes.
That's a good-hearted, good-natured person.
I got a
really
good
cares.
family. These people here are good people. They're good, solid people. And I knew Cookie growing up. We used to hit the nightclubs every once in a while. I see her in a nightclub, and so I know her a long time. And she's just a good kid. Just a good kid. Got roughed up a little bit with one marriage with a real creep, but love is a funny thing. But I'm not going to get into that. But she's just a good person. She's a good person, and from what I hear from Sonny from Palsy, that she got a good job. I think both Cookie. I think you and your sister are both retired now, and that's good. Good for you. And like I said, there's no words for me to tell you how I feel. So I hope everything is okay. Stay well, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Okay, Francine. There's Francine. There's another one, Joe.
Wow.
Okay. BSKI. That's the guy who said this is a tough show to listen to. Now we'll find out with this if it's sarcastic or real. I never met Larry, and I feel for him like he's a friend, and I'm only a fan of this show. So it wasn't sarcastic. It was
No, not at all.
A tough show. Well, thank you. I don't know your name. It just says BSKI824. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know that you were on the show a couple of times before, but thank you. Okay, John Higgins, Anthony, your words on that podcast were fantastic, very moving. Well, thanks, John. Is he talking about me?
No, he's talking about Anthony on your tribute with Freddie.
Anthony, your words on the podcast were fantastic. Oh yeah, because Anthony wrote that thing.
Yeah,
he wrote something down.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Larry Cox, do the chemo, never give up. Oh, I'm not giving up. Look, when Tuesday came and I spoke to my cousin and I gave my cousin my word, that's it. Now is determined as I was to go the other route, I'm not determined to go this route.
More.
There is no fucking doubt in my mind that
but you can't let down your friends. You can't let down your family.
I will die of natural causes. I'm convinced of that. And even if I don't, I mean, by the time I don't have to talk about that. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I just don't get it how these nurses every day could look at these people and knowing that there's something out there to help them, but that's their job. I guess they got no choice.
That's their job, Larry. It's big pharma that's behind it. It's big pharma that making trillions of dollars that are controlling all of this.
It's so sad. Okay, let's see. Larry Cox, only chance you got. What's the name of your book? Against All Odds. Yep. That's it. Against All Odds. Here's Francine. Francine Lepore. Oh, that's my friend's daughter, Francine.
Oh, that's not Francis.
No, that's Francine. That's my friend.
I thought that was Francis.
You are one of the strongest, most amazing people in my life. Wow. I didn't know she listened to the show. Well, thank you, Francine. Thank you. Your father was a good man. Helped me a lot. Got me out of a lot of bad jackpots. And he was a great guy. He was a good guy. And he's one of the guys that I really, really miss around. And when his mother died, your grandmother, and he was living alone, he used to call me every night. He wanted me to go over there because he would cook. And he says, I'm tired of eating alone. And I go over there and I'd stay with him. He's a good guy. And when he worked for Ray Catini, he was the used car manager. Mm-hmm. And when he retired, Ray Catini, who we all know, we're friends with him, Ray Catini just gave him a bullshit job of just go to the bank, and he paid him just to do nothing. And one morning he was living alone. I used to have dinner with him a lot. He'd cook, and he made arrangements once when he knew I had no money, and I was working on a deal. And the restaurant we always used to go to was Angelo's.
Mhm.
So he knew I never asked him for money. I never borrowed, never, nothing like that. But he knew things I was doing that I shouldn't be doing. And he says, just take you for whenever you have to go out, just take him to Angelo's. He set it up with Angelo's. Angelo come over to me and he says, listen, whenever you come in here, just sign your name. We'll straighten out later. Sign your name. And Joe did that. I signed my name for almost $50,000. I bring 3, 4, 5 people in, all trying to put deals together. And then when I put one of the deals together, I went to pay him back. He wouldn't take the money. Angelo's restaurant on Ridge Road.
Wow.
Wouldn't take the money. And that's Joe Marotta. And one day he was walking to his car just to go to Catina's Mercedes place on Route 1. And he got to his car door and he dropped. And he was dead. Good guy. Good guy. Okay. Dr. Burton is turning over in his grave right now. Yeah.
It's amazing how you started the whole thing, and now it's going to help you. You know what I mean? It's like a nice story in a way.
Gary D210, you're in our prayers, and we'll make it through like always. Yep. You cure cancer, half the doctors would be out of business. You're right. And it'll go a lot deeper than that too. That do you know that every single cancer organization is privately owned? Every one. You know how many promising, that's why they're all out of the country now, because they just block everything here. All the best treatments now for cancer are out of this country, because in this country, look, operation works, because if you have a tumor and they can get it out, it works. And then you hit it with a little chemo, kill a little spot around it, or radiation, that works. But that's as far as it ever goes. But
that's what happened with me. They took my
early.
kidney out and I'm fine.
And there's alternatives out there in the world that when you're in a lot of trouble, stage 3, stage 4, there's stuff out there that could help you. There's stuff out there that could actually reverse the whole thing. I know. I was just.
Oh, I agree with you. I know too.
My mistake was I stopped with the ivermectin. I have it downstairs. $400 worth of ivermectin that I took for 10 days, and I stopped. I'm an idiot.
I was upset when you stopped. You were doing good.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
A guy invented a car that ran on water. After he went public with his invention, a week later, he was found missing. Yeah. If I told you how many stories, and this is the truth, and it's sad to talk about the best country in the world and the country that gave me the opportunity to make millions and lose millions and have the fun life that I had. And it is by far the best country in the world.
Without a doubt, but it's also corrupt as any.
They have the Secret Service. The Secret Service, scary bunch of guys. Scary bunch of guys. I was called one day to get a hold of all the information about Dr. Burton. President Carter was the president at the time. And he contacted me, as people did. His sister had cancer, but she was one of these born again, whatever. They don't believe in doctors. I don't know what you call it.
That ain't born again.
But it's not born again. They just Jehovah's Witnesses or something.
Oh, Jehovah's Witness, maybe?
They don't believe in doctors. But I was told to stand on a corner with all information, how I get to Dr. Burton and everything else, and just stand on a corner, a brown envelope, and put it behind my back and just stand there. When somebody grabs it, let it go. That happened about 4 days after President Carter's people talked.
Wow.
And then I was contacted. Look, it's a scary bunch of people and shit that go on in this world.
Oh yeah.
But if you count the people that disappeared, I think there were 27 to 28 of them during the Clinton years.
Oh yeah. With the Clintons, without a doubt.
It's fucking scary.
A
20,
lot of
30
them.
people disappeared for no reason. There were reasons, but just disappeared. It's scary if you know the real political about everything. It's scary.
I know a lot about it. It's true. It's 100% true.
Okay, let's see. This is why they didn't want Dr. Burton back in America. You're right. You're right. I know. I could tell you. Look, I stayed down there for a long time. I brought a lot of people down there, and you're right. And Cookie was listening. Dr. Burton's a great. In fact, when Cookie was down there, everybody went down there. Her sister Palsy went down there. Everybody. It was like a big family. And do you know what? I got to tell you something. When Cookie gave me the number and I called down there, the girl that answered the phone was Lynn. Lynn was the first girl Dr. Burton hired as a receptionist.
Wow.
40, 50 years ago.
She remembered you.
She remembered me. She says, "Is this Larry Rolla?" And I says, "Yeah."
Wow.
And then she says, "Well, Dr. Burton, Dr. Brown says he don't pick cancer patients stage 4. She was the one that told me. She says, "I'm so sorry." She says, "But if you send me your work, let me see what I could do." So, I said, "Oh, okay. If he, I don't want to take a guy's spot," like I said before. Then all of a sudden, I don't know how the fuck Dina told me how she did it. She called up and says that I'm his adopted daughter, which is not true.
Mm-hmm.
She's married to a friend of mine. I had horses with her. She owned the horses. So, and she says, "Larry started this whole thing. You gotta," and like I says, I come out of the fucking hospital and everything is done. I got permitted. It's unbelievable. It's just unfucking believable.
God does things in mysterious ways.
They didn't want Dr. Burton back in America. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
If I told you how much money was made in the last 30 days of treatment for cancer patients before they died, the last 30 days, it's unbelievable. Billions, all from private companies. Okay, let's see here. Wow, that's great news, Larry. Great job, gentlemen. Oh, here's Manny. Larry, I would give you whatever you need. I told you that in the past, and I tell you that now. What Manny says is true. I went to Manny's house one day. I just met him. And I went to his house one day, and I was telling him about the skull cap because he had about 10, 15 horses with Ray Schnichter at the time. And I went to meet with him, see if he wanted to get involved when I was first thinking about doing this cap.
I remember.
Yeah. And he took me. I didn't ask for nothing. I just says, "This is it." And he took me in the back. He says, "Come follow me." He has a beautiful home. Wife is beautiful, beautiful girl and great cook. Had a whole spread laid out for us. We were there all day. Halfway through the day, he takes me in the backyard. He wants to give me a stack of money, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, whatever it was. And I said, "Manny, I didn't come here for that. I come here to tell you about that. I thank you very much." And Eddie must have told him about my financial position. But I said, "I didn't come there for that. I come there for this." And then Eddie, who came there with me, he tries to hand me money. And I says, "Eddie, stop. Just stop. I'll be fine. I'll take care of myself. It's not that I'm fucking tied up and I can't get out and I need water. I'll be fine. I'll be fine." But Manny offered me that, and he offered me a couple of times. And I thank you for that, Manny. And I can't wait for the show to come out because he was the one that played me in the thing.
I can't wait to see that.
And you know the best part, man, he shows up to play me. You know how he shows up?
I know, like a lumberjack.
Beard, like a lumber, and he had a lumberjack's jacket on.
I know.
And he's fucking sitting there. And the best part, that was good because it worked out good because at the end of the meeting, Bert says to him, now he's playing me. So Manny's playing me. So Bert says, "You miss one fucking week and he'll be the last face you ever see." And the next fucking time you come here, come like a fucking gentleman, not like a stumble bum or something like that. But it worked right in. It was beautiful. But Manny, you're right. You did offer me anything, and I appreciate it. But I didn't take it. But thank you. Hello, Manny. Mark McDonald is racing at Mohawk now. You sending any horses to Mohawk? I have no horses. I've been out of horse business 30 years. If you're talking to me, I don't have any horses. I would still have horses if the Meadowlands Barn area never closed. I'd keep. In fact, I had 3-4 horses, and Eddie Palmieri worked for me. So me and Eddie, it was beautiful. We go to the barn every morning. We'd feed him. Then we go for breakfast. We come back. I would jog him. Eddie'd clean the stalls. We put them away together. We'd done by lunchtime. It was beautiful. And we raced right there at the Meadowlands. No shipping, no nothing.
Right, nice.
He lived 5 minutes from the track. We packed them. Eddie would paddock them. I would drive them, and we just had fun and made enough money to,
It certainly was fun back in those days.
Then they closed the barn area. Okay, here's Fran again. Joe, you're right, Joe. It's love.
That's right.
David Arthur. We love you, Larry, and all of our podcast friends.
David's been there a while, man.
Angelique, you have wonderful people in your corner, Larry. Yep, you're right. And you know the sad thing? The sad thing is the life that I live, the life that I lead, it's 100 miles an hour. It's just 100 miles an hour. And you never really get to sit down and recognize what I recognized.
And appreciate it. What you learned in the last few weeks.
Yeah, you never realize. Here's a guy sitting next to me here. That when he found out about me, I haven't seen him in years. He got in his car and he came over here and he paid me a visit. He's the guy that brought me the little thing here, my little lifesaver Jesus here. And
I hope you realize that.
He come here today. He said, "Let me buy you dinner. What can I do for you? What do you need? Anything you need? Just a good guy. Just a good guy." So, Larry, I will always help you and Joanne. Yeah, I know that.
He's still sitting there, your friend?
There he is, right there.
Wow, you're a good friend.
Yeah,
Thank you for being Larry's friend.
See you. He's a street. Yeah, he's a street
how you doing,
fighter.
man?
He took karate. He's one of them karate jiu-jitsu guys.
Really?
He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. He got
He
mad.
sounds like a good guy, not a bad guy.
He got mad at me once. He wanted to talk to me, so he takes me to dinner. At where was it?
Steve's Steakhouse.
Steve's Steakhouse. So we're sitting down having dinner, and he just started to get into the car business, I think, or something like that. But anyway, because I was working with Ray Katina and John in the car business.
Uh-huh.
So he says to me, "You can come closer."
Yeah, here.
So he says to me, he's like trying to pick my brain to see. So okay, so he takes me to dinner. So we have dinner, nice steak, good steak, everything. And then the bill comes. He takes the bill, and I says, "Come on, let's go." No, he says to me, let's talk about it. We ate. We paid the fucking bill. We talked when we ate. Let's get the fuck out of here. That's what I said, right?
Yeah,
Let's get the fuck out of here. What are you, a fucking broad? You want to have an after dinner drink? I'm getting the fuck out of here.
We've been talking the whole time. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. We were talking the whole time we were eating. Now we're finished eating. I'm leaving. Oh, I want to talk. You fucking broad. So that's what happened. Oh boy, let's see. Wait a minute. This says here, Larry, I will always. Oh, okay, that's it. Somebody wrote down about Jackson Heights. I just saw Jackson Heights. Where?
Yeah, I saw it too.
Yeah. Kids from Jackson Heights never quit, right, Larry? How'd you know I'm from Jackson Heights? 91st Street and 30th Avenue, corner house, Jackson Heights. Yeah. right in the middle of, right next to Astoria, right next to Corona.
You must know him, Larry. You just don't remember his initials.
Yeah, kids from Jackson Heights. Yep, 91st Street. Yeah, and the biggest beating I ever got in my life happened right in Jackson, right in Astoria, 114 precinct. Detective Sands, big fat fuck. Well, what happened was I go in there, they arrest me. Right? Now they take me up to the detective's room. So I'm up in the detective's room and I'm sitting there, and he slides a piece of paper in front of me. So I'm sitting there. Now, don't forget, I'm 16 years old. I think I'm fucking King Kong with a fucking attitude. I think who the fuck I am. So he puts a piece of paper in front of me, and he throws a pen at me. He says, sign that. I said, sign what? He said, that's in front of you. He says, look, make this easy. He says, make this easy. It's fucking late. Just make it easy. We have all the stuff that you sold to the guy. We have the guy. Everything's done. We got all the equipment here. Sign the fucking confession and sign the who your partner was. So I says, I'm not signing nothing. So I never forget, he was sitting at his desk and he had wax paper with cheese on it, American cheese. And he's eating the paper off the wax paper. They don't even make wax paper anymore. But I remember it was wax paper. He gets up. He was big. He was like 250, 60 pounds. Big guy, Detective Sands. He walks around the desks and he fucking slaps me. Now I'm just sitting there in the chair like that. He slaps me. When he slapped me, I hit him. I hit him right in the belly. Well, as soon as I hit him, the other two detectives come, they cuff me behind the chair.
Yeah.
Detective Sands goes back around. He gets a fucking law book. It's about this big. And he just keeps, now I'm handcuffed behind it. He keeps hitting me on the fucking head, keeps pounding me on the head. Boom, boom, boom. Till I was just about knocked out. And then they wait a couple of minutes. They threw water on my face. Now I'm bleeding from my head, from my ears, from my eyes, from my nose, and everything. And he says, uncuff him, sign the fucking confession, sign it. I ain't signing nothing. He comes around again and he fucking hits me again. When he hits me again, I hit him, but I miss him and I fall on the floor. When I fall on the floor, they start chomping on me. I crawl into the corner in the fetal position.
And they start kicking you.
They start kicking me and jumping on my, that's when my ankle and foot got broke, jumping on my foot. Then they got, you ever see them long poles?
Yeah, they closed the windows with?
Yeah, they took that pole and they start jabbing me. That's when they broke all my ribs,
broke your ribs,
my lungs. Yeah.
Got the metal hook on the end.
Yeah, yeah. And then, you know what they do after that? Now I'm fucking out. My face is all busted up. They broke my cheekbone, my nose, fractured my skull. Oh, I was all fucked up. So then they throw me in the tombs. For you, those of you who don't know what the tombs are, down in the precinct, they have 3 cells down in the basement.
I know what they are.
And they have 3 cells, 1 40-watt bulb in the middle of the 3 cells on the ceiling, water about 6 inches deep on the floor, rats as big as fucking cats, and they have 2 boards sticking out of a cinder block wall that you could lay on. Yeah. They left me there from Thursday night until Monday morning when they took me to Queens Boulevard.
Because the judge wasn't in.
I walked into the fucking thing there, into the courthouse, and I got out on bail, and here's another situation where my mother's boss bailed me out. He was Tommy Lucchese. He controlled at that time all of New York. He Lucchese crime family, a heavyweight guy. Yep. And he fixed it where you know
it disappeared.
Yeah. So anyway, that's that.
You certainly lived an exciting life, Larry.
Yes, Francine, all hearts. She's a good girl. This girl's a good girl. This girl, she is so beautiful that I don't think I ever told her this. Maybe I don't think I did. I don't think I did because I never really wanted to come on to her, because I knew her father, and she was married to another bad guy, a bad guy. She's married to Frenchie, Raymond. Everybody called him, I call him Raymond. But Raymond was tough guy, nice guy. I liked him. He was just a good guy. He wound up dying of a heart attack in Florida. He was mobbed up and everything, but he was a good guy. And he died, and she, I think right now she's. I wish you would call me, Fran, and let me know how your sweetheart made out with his back thing, because I'm going through the same thing. She's married to. I don't think she married him. Maybe I don't know. I think she married him yet, but the guy has a real serious back problem, almost paralyzed, and he was going in for an operation. And Fran, you said you would call me and let me know how he made out. That was about 5 Thursdays ago. But let me know how he made out, because he usually calls me at 2:00. When the phone rings at 2:00, it's Fran. She gets off of work, and it's a 40-minute drive to her house. So I talked to her longer than any girl I ever talked. I told her that too. As I talked to you on the phone longer than I talked to any girl in my life. But she's beautiful too. And if she wasn't my friend's daughter and wasn't married to my friend, back then, I'm talking about 30, 40 years ago,
I know.
I would have took a shot.
You would have put a claim in.
I would have put, I would put a claim in. That's very, very good. Very, very good. We talk maybe once a month. She's a good girl. Okay. You know, when you come to think of it, I do have a lot of friends. I live in such a high-speed world that I never have time to sit back and think about that.
I appreciate
Maybe
it.
that's why that 7 days laying in that bed and then coming out and that happened. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Francine Lepore. My birth name is, but I don't know Francis. Oh, because somebody asked Francis. No.
Yeah, it was me, but the girl from Canada, you know.
Oh yeah. Okay.
She hasn't been on in a while. She's a nice girl.
Francis, you're up late. No, Murato is my maiden name. Yeah, her father was Joe Murato, but that was her maiden name. And Lepore was Raymond's last name. But what does she use? What is she? Yeah, she used Lepore. Yeah. Okay, Sundance. Oh, okay, you're a different Francis. Yep. Tony Lizzie. What does that mean? Lizness. I don't know what that means. Larry, happy to see you on your channel. Thank you, Mitch. Sundance, Tony Bologna. Hi. Sundance knows everybody. Hit the like button, please. Yeah. Tell us where it is. I don't know where it is, but everybody everybody that's on here now, just hit the like. Look for a like button. The guy says it's like a little hammer or something. I don't know.
Only the people viewing can see it.
Okay. Francine, because all the good comes around full circle. All the good comes around full circle. She just sold her house. She had a beautiful house with a beautiful pool. She just sold it. And you got to tell me about the house now. She's just sold the house and moved. I only hope that the guy she's with now turns out to be the operation works out for him, because she told me that he was in a lot of trouble, a lot of pain, and now I know what it's like to have that kind of pain. And I hope whatever he did. So Francine, you got to call me and let me know. Hate to discourage you, but this will not be allowed. Hate to discourage you, but this will not be allowed. I don't know what that means. William, solar storms. I don't know what that means. Jesse Black, 60 watching. Hit the like button, please. That's my friend Jesse. That's the one that tries to block up that guy that.
Yeah.
That's tough to walk away from, but Joe, I'll tell you, tough to walk away from. That would be my last Grand Slam. That would be great. Joe, did your son end up buying horses? Yes, he did, right, Joe?
Yeah, he bought a piece of a couple horses.
Doing any good yet?
Well, one had a tendon issue, both tendon actually, and I don't know what the other one is doing. He's been working doubles in the corrections. He's been killing himself.
One's gonna have to get triples. He buys another one.
He's in one of those syndicate things where you buy 20%, 25%.
Yeah, I know, but it's still. But you couldn't. You know, I tried to talk him out of it, but
Yeah,
he's a young kid, and he's smart, and he knows what he could do. He knows as far as he could reach.
Yeah, no, he thinks things out. He's a pretty intelligent kid.
Yeah, and he don't mind working for the money and doing what he wants to do.
He's a hard worker, and he's
and you have to, like I told him, you have to scratch that itch. You got to scratch that itch. Just get it out of your system, or if you can afford it, just keep doing it.
Yeah,
you know, as long as you can afford it, it makes you feel good. Look, these people here that never owned a horse, that's an experience that's unbelievable.
It sure is.
Like I'm telling many people, Larry Kadish, who's a billionaire. I won Horse of the Year with a horse that I trained for him. Not the horse's name, Gay Snell or something like that.
Yeah, Gay Snell. It was a New Zealand horse, right?
It was my horse. I won like 8-10 races in a row. I don't even know. I don't really know.
Wasn't he a New Zealand horse?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
But Billy O'Donnell reminded me of it. So I'm on the fucking. They have the big party for everybody. So they give me Trainer of the Year or Horse of the Year or something, and they give Larry Kadish, who's a billionaire. He owns high rise. He's a billionaire. Back then in the 80s.
Yeah.
They give him a fucking $5 plaque that says Gay Snell Horse of the Year. He started crying on the fucking stage like he was a guy with $1 billion.
Yeah, because they love it so much.
Yeah, and that's why people that are not in the horse business, it's very, very addictive. It's, you know, and then you get the wives like that time. It's in the book when whatchamacallit called me up. Who the fuck's his name? Guy who played in The Sopranos. Gandolfini.
Yeah, James Gandolfini.
Yeah, he calls me up one day, and he says, Larry, he says, you do me a favor. I says, what is it? I'm at the Meadowlands now, Meadowlands Mountain. Yeah. So he says, you do me a favor. He says, I take my father every place with me. He says, but in the last 5-6 weeks, he hasn't eaten. He's going into bad depression. He don't want to go out. He lost weight. He's down to nothing. He says, but he loves horses. Could I bring him to the barn? So I said, sure. So he comes to the barn. Next morning, I says, come about 12 o'clock when everybody's down and work is done.
Right, everything's done.
So, what pulls up is a big black Cayenne, probably $150,000 car because it's all hooked up with the special doors that come out with the wheelchair thing and the whole bit and everything. A Porsche Cayenne.
Yeah.
And down comes his father. So his father comes down. His father comes down in the wheelchair, and his father is sitting in the chair with his head in his chin. And I walk over to him. Now they have all the handlers around him and everything. And here's a guy that didn't eat. He didn't talk. He wouldn't say a word. And I says, go over to him. And I says, hello, Mr. Gandolfini. My name is Larry Rolla. How you doing? Nothing. Just put his chin in his chest. So I have a horse in the barn that is a really not nice horse, but he's not a racehorse. He finishes last every week. Right. His name was Osmosis.
Mm-hmm.
But like owning horses, my friend Jimmy's wife fell in love with the horse. So we could never get rid of him because she's in love with the horse. So I tell the groom, I say to the groom, in fact, here's all the pictures that we took. That's Gandolfini with a sign for So anyway, so now I say to the groom, I says, go get the horse. Go get Osmosis, because all Osmosis wants to do is be petted and fed apples. I race him every week in Monticello because that's where Jimmy and his wife live. So just so she can come up and pet the horse and give him carrots.
Hmm.
So now I take him out and I hook him up to the jar cart. Oh no, I bring the horse out and I put the horse's head right in his lap. He's in the wheelchair. He
Right.
never moved his head down. So now he feels a horse, and he puts his head up, and within 10 seconds, he starts petting the horse's head. And now he's a nice horsey, nice horsey. And then I see him talking. I says, yeah, this is osmosis. His name is Osmosis. And he says, oh, I says, listen, I have to train him. Would you like to help me train him? And he says, yeah. Now he's all excited. And everybody's taking pictures. So here, I don't know if you can see it, but here, this is the book. That's the picture of, can you see it?
Right. I saw it. Yep.
He's in the jar cart, and that's me
Right,
and Eddie
right.
alongside of him. So
Yeah.
I put a helmet on him, and we sit him in the jar cart. I picked him up. He was 50, skin and bones. Picked him up. It was scary. I thought I was going to break him. And I
Yeah.
sit him in the jar cart, and I put a helmet on. I says, okay. I says, you want a whip? He says, oh, I don't. What do you think? I don't know. I said, well, we'll try it without the whip first. We'll see how he goes. So now we walk him up and down, walk him down, and he's sitting in the bike like this, and naturally, I'm walking the horse. I'm not going to let him get
Yeah.
up and down. Walk. After about 3-4 times up and down the shed row, I says, okay. I see he's getting tired. I says, okay, that's enough. I said, boy, good job. So we take him out, and we put him off this, and we put him in the seat. Now I got a million pictures because everybody's taking pictures. Now, good job. We put him back in a wheelchair, and the groom takes the horse, and he says, well, when is he? I says, thanks for the training. That was a good training mile. He says, when is he going to race? I says, oh, no, he's not going to race. So the groom,
Yeah.
he says, yeah, he's in Friday in Monticello. I says, no, he's not. So he takes the sheet out. He got the sheet. He says, yeah, he's in Monticello. He's in the 7th race or whatever. And I says, oh, yeah. He says, oh, good. Well, what day is that? Friday. So I said, no, yeah, but you can't. It's Monticello. It's not here. Monticello's 100 miles. He says, oh, no. He says, don't worry. He says, Jimmy will take me here simulcasting. I'll watch him simulcasting Friday. I says, holy fuck. And this horse finished last every week. So now I go up to Monticello. I hate to tell this story, but Billy Parker drove him for me.
I noticed.
He was the leading driver up there. But he did me a favor. I said, just don't abuse the horse. He's a piece of shit. I hate to do this to you, but you're leading driver. Nobody's going to catch you. So once a week, you do me a favor. He just takes him around the track, finishes last. I go up there that morning. And I says, Billy, you ever watch The Sopranos? It's my favorite show. He says, I'm going to make you a deal. Gandolfini told me that if you win this race, I told him a story about his father. He'll give you a signed copy of the whole set of Sopranos from all the years and invite you down, give you the autographed pictures and everything. And he says, Larry, I love, how the fuck am I going to win? How? I mean, first of all, there'd be a fucking investigation. How am I going to win? Plus, the horse is not capable. He's not capable.
Right.
So I says, look, we know each other a long time. Many things could be choreographed.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do. I'm just telling you that this could happen if you could figure out how to win.
Right.
So now I leave the paddock and I go to the track photographer and I say to the track photographer, I say, listen, if this horse here, I forget the number he had, if he's in contention coming down the stretch, just keep snapping them fucking pictures. Just keep going. Because I want to get a good picture.
Right.
So he says, all right. So now the fucking race comes up. Now he wins. He wins the race. So now I have the winner's circle picture. Now I go to the track photographer and I says, okay, now it's all computerized. You could say whatever you want up there.
Right.
And so I put on the top of the photo, He was a maiden. A special thanks to James Gandolfini Sr. on Osmosis' first lifetime win. Then I had that picture blown up. I put a $100 win ticket in the thing. I had it sealed too.
Uh-huh.
$100 win ticket in the thing, and I wrapped it up and I sent it to him. Now after I sent it to him, Gandolfini calls me up, and I never watched The Sopranos, but on The Sopranos I think he owned a thoroughbred, and he had to have the picture of the thoroughbred on his office in the Bada Bing Club. He took that picture down and put this picture up. In fact, when they had the show here, Elaine Bracco, I met her over here, the actress that was in the
I know she's.
and I met with her, and I says, I'd like to buy that picture back because they auctioned everything off of the show.
Right.
She told me it was auctioned off with everything else. But that's what he did. And then I went to Florida, and he lived another 7, 8, 9 months, maybe a year, and then he died. But then when I come back, I went to meet him and have lunch with him, and he says that I can't thank you enough. And then he was supposed to bring. He says, "Listen, my son's 8 years old. I'd like to bring him here next time, when he comes back from school." But before that happened, he died. He died. He got married and he died.
Yeah, he died in Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Manny Cigars. Hiya, Freddie. Freddie had to leave. His battery was running out of juice. I don't understand why they don't plug the phone in when. Anyway, Manny, haven't seen you in a while. Josh Foster, I can't get enough of this horse talk. That's all we do. The whole life was horses. The whole life. We can talk about horses in any direction. Please hit the like button, ring the bell, and subscribe. Yeah, there's still a lot of people on here. Hit subscribe and bell and whatever. Okay, Manny, straightforward. Let's go. Sundance. Ha. Manny Cigars, 36 likes, baby. Yeah, keep hitting that like button. Where the hell do you see 36 likes? I don't know. I guess.
They see it.
Okay. Manny Cigars, I felt so bad for you, Larry. I'll be fine, Manny. They edited 3-hour movies faster than this. Come on, man. Show it to us. They edit 3-hour movies. You're right, David. But the guy who did it for me is doing me a favor. And he not only he's the guy that I couldn't even get on the thing today. I call him up, and he takes over my computer and he fixes everything. And he came over that day, and he does me a lot of favors. And he did this professionally, very professionally, and he's editing everything, and he just wants to do a good job because he knows it's going to some important people. The only fuck up in the whole thing is me, because the guy that was supposed to do Sammy never showed up. So there I am.
I'm sure you did fine.
So, but he, he stayed with me Sunday night. He came over, he ate with me, and he hooked up that whole sensor thing for the horses. And he helped me with my computer, and plus he got a job. He got a big job. And so now we have 40 seconds of voiceover in the beginning showing a racetrack, showing Atlantic Highlands where this happened, showing a football game, showing racetrack, showing OTB, all 2-second things. And he's trying to put that together with some kind of music from the 70s that fit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy to do, especially that's not his job, but he just knows how to make. So it's so he says I'm working on it, because Sunday I got him a bunch of pictures of that he could use. So we'll see. Okay, great, sounds great. Larry, baby, that's Manny Cigars. Tommy Stiggs, that's it. That's the guy.
That's what I said. Stiggs, coffee with Stiggs.
Yeah. You're right, Tommy Stiggs. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a really good guy. The problem was he comes on 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
When I start getting sick, I would get up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and I nothing went right, and I just couldn't turn the computer on at 7 and do what we're doing now. I just wasn't in the mood. I was
Right.
getting sick about it, and I couldn't do it. So, I used to have fun because I used to get on, make my coffee, have a piece of rye toast, have coffee, and sit and do what we're doing now with Tommy Six, because he got a great show.
Mhm.
He sits there, he talks about everything. It's great. And a lot of his people come over to my
You,
thing.
yeah.
I brought some people over to him. But then I couldn't do it no more. I wasn't even interested. I was so sick. I didn't want to do nothing. I just want to go back or lay down or something. And I just stopped doing it. And then I wind up in hospitals and everything else. And that was the end. But I haven't been on in a long time now. But Tommy's a good guy.
Larry, I hate to jump back, but how did Osmosis win? Was he on the front end or he raced from behind?
No, behind.
Okay.
He went from behind. At the top of the stretch, his best friend, I forget who his name was, a big guy. He was head and head with him coming around the last turn. And I think what happened was they had hub rails then.
Oh, okay.
And I think what happened was, I don't want to say this. I'll tell you what I think happened. I don't know what happened because I was in the grandstand. He come through. They were head and head.
You don't have to say it. You froze. Well, Larry's frozen again. Every time he freezes, his hands up, always like this. I guess Larry has to come back on. He should be fast, because he said he figured out how to do it. I thought this was going to be a short podcast tonight, and we're over 3 hours. 3 hours and almost 12 minutes. Larry got some attitude, I tell you. He's one of the toughest guys I ever met. He's unbelievable. At his age, he's doing so many things involved in movies and inventing things. He's always thinking. He's always trying to make things better. And he come up with a lot of good ideas his whole life. He's been like this. I hope he beats this. I think he's going to beat it. I'll probably fly to the Bahamas one
Hello?
day.
Yeah, I did it. See how I did it?
Yeah, I told everybody you figured out how to do it.
I just have to reboot it. But
Yeah.
if I shut my phone off, this don't happen. Okay, James. Now you see this kid, James Cagnina? Let me tell you about this guy. Hi, Larry. We will continue to pray for you. We love you, Jimmy and Sharon. God bless me. Let me tell you about this guy. This is a true story. I had horses at the Meadowlands, and no matter where I went, I always had a speaker with Sinatra singing all the time. He's my favorite. I just love the songs he sings. I love the way he does it. There's a few things in his personal life I don't like, but as far as everything else, and I miss a great opportunity going to him because Pat Henry, who was his comedian for 20 years, he used to come up to Monticello to play the Concord, and I got very friendly with him, and he invited me one day I had a big decision to make. I had 3 horses at the Meadowlands that could win. And Pat Henry calls me up. He says, we're having a big bash at Sinatra's place. It's going to be 4 days. There's going to be broads. Everybody's going to be there. All of Hollywood's going to be there. He says, come on up. Now, I had 3 decisions. 3 horses I couldn't lose at big prices. I stayed and I won all 3 races. I never went. That was one thing I regret. But now, I'm playing the thing, and there's a guy that's there. His name was, what the hell was it? Sal. His brother Sal was an ex-cop. Had love horses. So I think Sal was working for me. I'm not sure. But anyway, Sal says, the guy sounds just like my brother. I says, what are you talking about? He says, yeah, my brother. He sounds just like him. I says, I got to meet your brother. So I met my brother. Who is it? It's this guy, James Cagnita. Call him Jimmy Chris. So now, I wish I could show it to you. So now I meet, make a long story short, I meet him. And sure enough, unfucking believable. The mannerisms, every fucking thing. And he had a lot of tough breaks too, because Sinatra was such a guy. Sinatra wanted to be like the only one. So even though he would sound just like Sinatra, I'm skipping a lot of stuff, but he sounded just like Sinatra. He four-walled the room at the Sands. The place was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Got contracts to go to California, Vegas, and everything else. Sinatra's lawyer called him up and said, "Stop." He had to say, "Stop them." Instead of helping the kid, he stopped.
Yeah.
Sounded just like him. All right. Now I have a song on here that I played that he wrote. He took "Lady is a Tramp" and he wrote the lyrics to "Sinatra is a Champ" and he sang it. I played it once. I don't know where the fuck it is now, but I played it once.
I remember.
Yeah, and he sounds just like him. So what happened one day? I had an investor because I took over the Supper Club on 47th Street and Broadway, the hottest place in the world. I had the only cabaret in town, and everybody coming in. Eliza Minnelli, everybody. It was a great show. I have this investor. We invested a couple of $100,000, fixed the whole room up and everything else. And I got Jimmy, so we wouldn't get in trouble. I got Jimmy to sing all the great songs Sinatra did, but we couldn't say it as a tribute to Sinatra. But I got all his arrangements, and I hired Tony Camillo. I think he charged me $2,500. We got about 30 of them done. Changed all the arrangements so they couldn't sue us.
All right.
Then instead of making the tribute to Frank Sinatra, we made. I wish I could show it.
I got it right here. You want to do it?
Yeah. How do you do it?
Well, I took a picture of it. I'll try to put it on the thing so you can see.
Now, if you could see this, so we named it. What I did was, this is a big poster. On the poster is all these stage lights all around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then that's Jimmy Christie there. And
Right.
we named the show The Supper Club Presents I Heard That Song Before, a tribute to great composers. And in these little stage lights, I put all the famous composers, Earl Gardner, Jerome Kern, Julie Stein, all the guys that wrote in the songs that Sinatra made famous, right? Then we put, there's a whole of Jimmy. I don't know if you can see it any better. No, because the light. But okay. So anyway, so now the show, so now we don't mention Sinatra's name, but we sang in all his songs, paying tribute to the composers and writers that wrote his songs. So now I have, what I did was, and my investor, my partner, he loved one song called, what the fuck's the name of it now? I forgot, I'll think of the name. Just one song he loved. And we used to hire, I think once a week or twice a week, we go into a rehearsal hall in Manhattan with a full orchestra. And he would rehearse. And my friend would come and listen to that one song. I'll think of the name of the song. And he just loved that one song.
Froze again. What's going to be the name of the song? I don't know where Larry gets all his energy from. All the stuff he does all day long, and then he could talk for 4 hours like this. It's unbelievable. Come on, Larry.
Okay, we back?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, I shut the phones off too. Okay, so now I'm putting ads in the paper, getting ready for this bonanza because we it's just going to be great. So I go to put an ad in the paper for one weekend because I was going to advertise about a month away. And the fucking 3x3 ad in the New York Times on a Sunday was $5,000. So I started adding up all the money I had to pay for ads. And I says, what am I, fucking nuts? 40, 50, 60, 70,000, 80,000, 100,000 for ads. So what I did was I sent invitations to the mayor, the mayor was that black mayor, Dinkins. He loved that kind of music.
Mm-hmm.
Dinkins, the fire chief, police chief, head concierge at all the hotels,
Mm-hmm.
Tony Camillo, who wrote all the arrangements, some movie stars, and the one radio show, WABC, one of the popular radio shows that always played Sinatra, that whole
Right.
radio show. So we had about 500 people there, all for free. Grand opening, VIP only, all for free.
Cheaper than advertising.
Open menu. Yeah, it was cheaper. All for free. And word of mouth was okay. Now the show comes. Now the show comes, and this is where it got a little fucked up. Because what Jimmy did, he knew a lot of celebrities were coming there. What Jimmy did, and I hate to say this because Jimmy's a good kid and it's over now, but what Jimmy did was the song was Curse of an Aching Heart. That was my partner who invested a lot of money fixing that place up, hundreds of thousands. All he wanted to hear was the Curse of an Aching Heart. That was his favorite song. And he would pay for rehearsals a lot of money with a full orchestra, all New York orchestra. When you go for orchestra, you gotta put up all their money up front.
Yeah.
And it's very tough. And he did that every week. And all he wanted to hear was that one song, Curse of an Aching Heart.
And he didn't do it.
Jimmy takes it out. I didn't know he did it. Jimmy takes it out.
Oh, God.
Now, this part, I only know half of, but I'll tell the whole story because I'm filling in blanks because I wasn't there. He takes the song out. Now, the place is packed. It was great. It was fucking terrific. The fucking place was mobbed, everything. It was great. Standing ovation, everything. After the show, Jimmy goes upstairs because the Super Club is the lounge of a big hotel. And I got Jimmy a room. Jimmy stayed there. He come in at 3 o'clock every day, rehearse and stay in the room. So he went up to the room. After the show, I'm saying, because everybody's there, Liza and all the stuff, everybody's, thanking me and everything else. So I go up there about a half hour later to see Jimmy because I know he wanted to get home. and just congratulate him and everything else. And I walk in the fucking room, and there's my partner. I think I got this right, or maybe I'm dreaming. I don't know, but it's something like this. My partner has Jimmy up against the fucking wall with a gun in his mouth. Jimmy's brother, Sal, was an ex-cop. He has my partner a gun on his head. What the fuck?
Oh, God.
I'm almost positive. I don't know where I got, but I'm almost positive that's how did that. But the bottom line was this. I break it all up. They go home. And these are things I didn't know. Now, 90% of everybody goes home. Now, the next night, I'm waiting for the fucking Jimmy usually comes at 3 o'clock, goes upstairs. No Jimmy. There's no Jimmy. I call up Sal about 6 o'clock. Music starts at 7. Dinner. Sal says Jimmy ain't coming back. He went to Florida with his wife. He's not coming back because of the problem that he had with the thing. So now when Sal, when that happens, and that was sad because this fucking show, we could have downsized it and we could have played all these fucking clubs nationwide, worldwide. Could have downsized it. It was a 17-piece orchestra, a lot of money. We could have got a rhythm set. Say we got 7 pieces. It would have sounded like just like Tony Bennett does. It would have sounded great. And Jimmy was great. And that's what Jimmy was. He had all the mannerisms. He was a perfect showman. On stage, it was perfect. Funny, tell stories, really, really good. It really could have went a long way. But the problem was it was new for me. I made a couple of mistakes. It was the biggest venue in Manhattan. It was gigantic. And then he takes the song out, which okay. So now when that happened, my partner left. I think it was a $70,000 check he had to leave with the union because you got to leave their pay for a month or 2 weeks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
To carry that. So now I'm waiting the next day for him, and he don't show up. But who shows up is the head of the union. He says, you got to give me a check for $70,000 before they could start today. I says, for what? He says, your partner just withdrew the check. He left too. So I says, fuck am I getting $70,000? He says, last night, everything was free. I didn't collect no money. I didn't have, So he says, well, you can't go on tonight. In the meantime, Jimmy wasn't there anyway. He was in Florida. So that was what happened was, what happened was this. So I says, can you give me a fucking day? I mean, here it is, 7 o'clock at night. The music starts at 7 because we had dance music, then we had show, and then after the show, a tribute to Count Basie, and then after that, we turned it at midnight into a disco. So he says, I'll give you till tomorrow night. No, he said, I'll give you till the end of the week. What the fuck these? Anyway, so now it's that night. Now the orchestra's there and everything, and he's going to give me, I says, I'll take care of their pay at the end of the week, and I'll have you $70,000 by the end of the week. He says, okay. Now, but there's no Jimmy. I call up my friend Pat Gallo. Pat Gallo is a great, great singer, great entertainer. He was a Vegas guy. Went out with Shirley Bassey, really good singer. But he was like a coke freak. And what happened one day, he was working at Peretti's. Remember Peretti's across the street from Monticello?
Yeah.
Anyways, in there, I think it was Peretti's at the time. And he's going up Patterson Plank Road. And when you're going over Route 3, he's high and he crashes off. He goes right onto Route 17 from Patterson Plank Road. He crashes.
Down, yeah.
He crashes. He splits his face right down the middle. Now, he's a great singer and a great trumpet player. Now, he splits his face. He lives. He splits his face down the middle, but he loses his teeth. Well, when you play the trumpet, your lip is the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
He splits everything right down the middle. Now for a year or 2 years, he goes into massive depression. And he's home doing nothing. I'm at the club doing nothing. Trying to figure out how am I going to, the worst that could happen is the band play the music and people just, whatever. Because the place is packed.
Jeez.
But I get an idea. I said, let me call Pat. So I call Pat. I said, Pat, what are you doing? He said, and don't forget, he hasn't worked in over a fucking year. He got a lisp now because of his tongue got split in his lips. And he says, I said, what are you doing? He said, what the fuck you think I'm doing? I'm going crazy. I said, your tuxedo still fit you? He says, yeah. Get in your tuxedo. Get in the cab. Tell the cab to come to the supper club, 48th Street. And come inside. I'll give you money for the cab. Bring your tuxedo with you and your trumpet. He says, what's going on? I says, Pat, you got to get here. You got to get here. It's 7 o'clock. You got to be here by 8 o'clock. So hurry the fuck up. Sure enough, he gets there about 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes to 8. And the show's supposed to go on. Now the show with Jimmy was called I've Heard That Song Before. And how we had it worked out, instead of paying a tribute to Frank Sinatra, we paid a tribute to all the songwriters. That's how we got away with it. And how we opened the show at 8 o'clock was there was a black curtain. When it's 8 o'clock come, the lights went down, the curtain was black, then that means it was showtime. Then the lights dimmed up a little bit. The black curtain opens to a sheer curtain. Behind the sheer curtain, all you see is silhouettes of the band.
Shadow.
Yeah, you see like their silhouettes.
Yeah.
Right there. And I put together a medley of all the Sinatra songs, like one into another, into another. And at the end, at the last song we put in there was, I've heard that song before. And the words go, it seems to me I heard that song before, that song. Now, when the last song comes, all of a sudden, the sheer curtain is still there. And all of a sudden, you hear, because prior to that, all you heard was the music, the instrumental part. Then all of a sudden, you hear, it seems to me I've heard that song before. And you see a body walking through the band, and it sounds like Sinatra, just like Sinatra. And everybody says, Sinatra, is that Sinatra? And as he's singing, he gets closer to the thing. When he gets to the sheer curtain, it opens. And it's Jimmy Christie. And he finishes the song. And after he finishes the song, everybody's in fucking amazement. And he says, ladies and gentlemen, I guess my name is Jimmy Christie. I guess you know what this show about. Tonight we're going to pay tribute to the songwriters that wrote all of these response for the American Songbook, and we're gonna honor them tonight instead of saying Sinatra, so Sinatra couldn't stop us. And it was great. The other thing he left out, Curse of an Aching Heart. Okay, now we go back to that night with Pat Gallo. So Pat Gallo comes in now. He hasn't sang or played the fucking trumpet in a year. So I tell him the story. I says, now, he says, what the fuck you want me to do? He says, I haven't sung in a year. I got a fucking lisp. I can't play the trumpet. What the fuck you want? I says, look, if this was the horse business and you gave me a horse and threw a bunch of fucking equipment on the horse, that's my game. That horse would be rigged to race.
Right.
This is your game. Figure it out. You're a fucking singer. You've been singing for 40 years. Figure it out. So you got a lisp. Who gives a fuck? So does Tony Bennett. So he says, well, where's the charts? What songs? Don't have the charts. Jimmy took them all with him. There's no charts. Now with him is standing is Andy Zipp, the leader of the band. So me and Andy and him are talking. So Pat says, true. What the fuck? I'm better off with just a piano player. What? I'm going to have 17 guys up there with no charts, no music. So I says, yeah, but you're playing fucking standards. These guys know these songs. They're all Sinatra songs. So he says, so Jimmy said, give me a fucking scotch. Pat, give me. And he takes 2 or 3 shots and everything else. And then he says, I don't know if I can play this fucking thing. I haven't picked it up in a year. So just do your best. So he goes up there and he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pat Gallo." He says, "I have some sad news." He says, "The star of the show, Jimmy Christie, was in a terrible accident this afternoon, and he won't be able to make it here. So we're going to have a little. We're going to change this around a bit, because with Jimmy went the charts for these wonderful songs and these musicians. So they have no charts to play with. So we're just gonna have some fun, and me and Andy will work out 1 or 2 songs, and whatever instruments feel that they know and they can join in, we'll figure it out." And that's how it started.
Wow.
The first song he sang was fucking great. Piano and a couple, because they're all standards.
Right.
By the third song, the whole fucking band was playing. Now, everybody's up. They want to dance. They're having a fucking, because before it was just a shell show. Now they're moving tables out of the way because one person started to get up to dance, and then everybody wanted to dance. And the fucking song, okay, well, now they're having fun up there. What do you want? What do you want to do now? What do you want to do now? What do you want to do? All of me and this and that. And it was fucking great.
All worked out.
After about an hour, hour and a half, because at 9 o'clock, I think it was, we had a tribute to Count Basie, or 10 o'clock, I forgot. So Jimmy said they must have did 20 songs. It was fucking great. And he was great. He's a great singer. Great. One of the best shows I ever saw.
Unbelievable. After a year of doing nothing.
So now what happened was, he goes to get off the stage. He says, "Folks, thank you. This was the honor of my life. The best. I played the biggest play. This was the best night of my life because of what happened to him." They wouldn't let him off the stage. They wouldn't let him off the stage. We canceled the thing, but first we didn't have the charts anyway. And he did another hour and a half, just any fucking song. And they had a fucking ball. And Jimmy, after that, they wouldn't let him off the stage again, but he broke down. He started crying. He said, "Thank you." Nobody wanted to leave. Anyway, the bottom line is this. So that night, after it was over, I says, "Listen, we can keep this going. All we need is 70,000. So the next morning I met him. We went to everybody that he knew. I couldn't go back to my partner, but everybody he knew. He says, "I'll get the 70 and we'll be partners." He couldn't get the $70,000. And this is another part that bothers me. Everybody's a fucking wise guy. A lot of wise guys came in there. And look, I shouldn't say nothing bad about the wise guys. I know all of them, and I did things with them. But everybody, they come in with their girlfriends, and and Jimmy is an entertainer. He treats them all with respect. And anything you want to hear tonight? Yeah, do Malavema to this, all big shots with the thing. And we went to each one of these guys, all these wise guys that he knew well, including his lawyer, his doctor. He had 2 lawyers. Went to everybody. Everyone, well, we just put siding on the house. We're having a pool done. This guy got sick, and this guy got. We spent all day trying to get the 70,000. We couldn't get it, and the union guy wouldn't let us work. And we closed down. Sad. Anyway, that's the story with Jimmy. Had things been a little different, or had I been a little more experienced in the thing, I probably wouldn't have gone, even though it kind of worked out. But we went from 0 to the biggest, the biggest bands, the biggest, and I was inexperienced at that. But I still think if he would have did the Curse of an Aching Heart, I don't know. But Jimmy's a great guy. He moved to California. I think it's California. And he's been down there, and he's a great guy, very, very creative, very good guy, beautiful wife, Sharon. And that's all I can say about him. He's a good guy with a tremendous amount of talent. And the curse was that he naturally sounded like a superstar. And everybody says he was an imitator, because even if he sang his own voice, he sounded just like Sinatra. And everybody says we don't need another Sinatra. We already had one, because Sinatra was such a superstar. Who wants to listen to but that was the curse of him. He sounded just like him. It was sad. It was sad. But anyway, Thanks for watching, Jimmy. Hope all is well with you.
That's some story.
Where the hell am I? Where am I? Oh, here it is. Okay, let's go down the list here. Yes, Tommy Stiggs. That's it. Yeah, that's Angelina, you come from Tommy Stiggs. Let's see. Angela, my dog died a few weeks ago and my health hasn't been great, so that's why I've been MIA. That's too bad. I'm so attached to my dog now and him to me that I can't imagine. I know one thing. I know one thing for sure, that nobody loves you
More than your dog.
you like it like a dog. A dog is the only thing living that loves you more than himself. And
Dogs are better than
one
people.
thing for sure, when the time comes, when the end comes, you shouldn't let him suffer, because when he comes, he's going to stand right on that table. You're going to stand in front of him, and he's going to stare right into your eyes. You're the only one he loves, and you have to do that, because that's the way he's going to feel safe. He don't know what's happening, but he knows something's happening, and he's going to look right into your eyes.
Yeah.
My dog now, when I come home from the hospital, he don't leave my fucking side. And when somebody comes in like today and I don't pay attention to him because I'm talking, he gets angry, and he goes and he does stupid things. But only because we're not paying. Because now when he sleeps, you know where he sleeps? He sleeps right by my stomach where the incision is and everything. He smells everything, and he knows when I'm in pain. He lays by me. He don't say nothing. It's unbelievable. And so I know what it's like, and I tell you, I don't know how I'm going to handle it. And one way, I hope I go before him. He's 5, so I'll probably go before him, because I couldn't see him standing on that bench and just staring at me while the vet puts the needle in him when he's looking right into my eyes. I couldn't do that. So I
know
feel
what it's
sorry.
like. When I came down here, I had 2 golden retrievers and a chocolate lab in the back of my pickup truck. And there were about all 4, 5, and 6 when they moved down here. They all lived till 14 years old, but one by one they went, and it's so tough when you got to bring them.
So sorry for your loss, and I hope your health. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I hope you're feeling better. So stay well, sweetie.
Good to see you, Angelique.
Okay, Steve, enjoy your ice cream and waffle tonight, Larry.
He's gonna have a breakfast tonight. Tonight.
Best of
Tonight's
luck
over.
in the Bahamas. Thank you, Steve. Thanks a lot. I have to lay off that. I'm trying to create a situation where I don't give up. I'm trying to create a pattern. Hey, Lucky, par 4. Hey, Lucky. Sophie, that's Cookie. Good show, cuz. Thank you, Cook. And
I thought tonight was going to be a short show.
Yeah, me too. I told my friend. So far, we've been on for 3.5 hours.
More, 3:42.
3:42. Yeah, Cookie says good show, and I can't say thank you no more. Just take care of yourself, Cook, and hope I see you soon. Oh, and Cookie, by the way, she always says in the Bahamas, Lynn, to say hello to you. They all remember you down there. And it's amazing that she's still working there. It's amazing. Yeah. But she just called me this morning and told me that there's a room ready whenever I want to go to. They set it all up for me. It's amazing. Okay, let's see. Larry Davis Gilbert. Is that you? Larry, who's the good-looking guy to your right? That's you. This is him. This is him. This is the Street Fighter. This is the Street Fighter. This is the guy that he trained with one of the top guys, no nonsense guys. I happen to be a good friend of mine. In fact, I wrote a whole story about him, about his life story. He was the only American guy. He was a bad guy. And he loved me to death. He wanted to teach me all the time. We went out together. He's scary to go out with because people butch up against him and you just look at him like this and you say, oh my God. He was the only guy. It wasn't Bruce Lee. It wasn't nobody else. He was the only guy that created, did you notice he created his own style of martial arts? And to do that, you have to fight the grand master of every other discipline, right? Of karate and beat them. And then the whole committee, karate, jiu-jitsu, they all, you got to beat the grand master of them, and then they accept you. He's the only American that got that, how do you say it, that got awarded, approved his only thing. So now he shows up, and Vince comes in, and he has a school. And so I introduced them all, and they all start taking these jiu-jitsu. Now, he's a strong kid. He's a strong guy, very strong. He's very deceiving. He's very deceiving, but he's a bad guy, and he knows jiu-jitsu. He knows all, and he starts getting into all of that bullshit. And so Vince always says to me, he says, at least let me show you, if you ever have a problem and you're standing right in front of the guy, how you could kill him in 1/100th of a second. I says, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. The other day, you just one finger, you'd never know it. I'll tell you right where to hit him, and he'll be dead, and you have nothing to worry about. Self-defense.
Show me. Let me see.
Now, I don't know. I never did it. I
Not
don't
you, him.
know. Some with a finger, you put the. I don't
Where?
know. But he had these classes, and when he, all of these black belts you get from these bullshit classes today, you could buy them. They rubber black belt, brown belt, so they all up there. With him, you had to be there 10, 15 years before you get a fucking black belt. And then when you get the black belt, you ever go to one of his things when he had the black? You make a fucking kid fight 5 fights in a row, back to back. And if you, huh?
I fought him.
You did?
Yeah.
And he was a bad guy, and that's him. He thinks he's fucking he's tough kid. Well, I tell you, the guys he hangs out with, what the fuck? The guy we just met.
Eric,
Buddy's another guy. Buddy, the only problem with Buddy's a fucking psycho, but he's a bad guy. I mean, I tell you, I know a lot of tough guys. I know a lot of street guys. Some mobsters. Some of the mobsters are really good street guys, but there's a lot of guys out there. And I always believe that there's somebody right around the block that could beat the shit out of you if you think you're tough. But I'll tell you,
sure, there's always a tougher guy.
Yeah, I don't know what would happen if guys like Buddy and him and the other Dave and Pat got into the fucking ring together. He has a guy, 7 feet tall. 7 feet tall, like a fucking, he brought him around. So holy fuck. What shot would you ever, his hands are this big.
That sounds like the guy that was waiting for me at Yonkers Raceway.
Yeah, well, maybe it was. But Jesus Christ, how the fuck? And anyway, that's him. So he just tonight he told me that he fucks around. He says in one situation he was in, he fell on his back, and I says, "You're 50 years old. What are you fucking around for?" What, so he's not going to do it no more, because now he's doing pretty well financially and everything. He's okay. He's pretty well set. Why do you want to get hurt? Why do you want to get fucked up for? What are you fucking nuts? These kids that are out there now, they're fucking crazy. And why do you wind up 70 years old battered? So anyway, he said he's not going to do it no more. Okay.
There's no more street fights. They just shoot you now.
So why don't you sit here so they can see who the guy is? There he is. That's it. Okay. Let's see. Sal, good night. Trish, Sal, good night. Oh, that was a while back. Wow.
Yeah, well, you're reading these things that they came on at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay. Larry, have Amazon deliver whatever you need. That's nice. Ain't that nice now? Have Amazon deliver whatever you need. That's nice. Sundance. Anthony, good night. I guess Sundance going to sleep. Tommy Steaks. Yep. Sundance.
I think we went through all of these already.
Hello, the bull. No, we didn't. I'm going through them right real quick.
Yeah, this is going through.
I am a tough cookie. This is my cousin Cookie. I am a tough cookie, and I thank you for all you did for me. Love you. That's Cookie. I thank you, Cookie.
But Terry,
Yeah, that's
Steve Wing.
Steve Wynn. Have a good night, Sunday, Angel, Bull, Manny, and the rest of you. Same to you. Cookie again. I have to thank you. I owe you my life. And don't cry. Oh, God. Cookie. It's, you know why I cry? Because you know when when you're alone your whole life, everything you did by yourself, and you know when I had it, I gave it away, and
You were
whoever I could
generous.
help, I helped, and you don't think of it in reverse, you don't think of it in reverse.
You don't expect it and you don't even want it.
Yeah,
You don't even think about
and
it.
then all of a sudden, shit like this happens. I can't mention names, but a while back, I got a phone call. I had to go to a house, and I was in pretty bad shape. I was 3 months behind on the mortgage and everything. I was going to lose the house, and I hated to lose it because this girl been with me for 45 years, and she'd been with me through the toughest times. She was with me when we were on park benches, sleeping on the cardboard. She's a good kid. And that's the girl that had cancer.
Wow.
She's alive today. And we were in real bad shape. I made a little score, and we were able to get this house. But then the score ended. And then we had to try to save the house. And it was everything. She come from a cold water flat in Jersey City when I first met her. No hot water, fucking stairs on an angle.
Wow.
And the clothesline in the kitchen, and that's how that was her. And when I made that score and I was able to get this house, all she ever wanted, because she used to do laundry for her brother, her sister, her mother, the whole house. She had to go to the laundromat in Jersey City.
One of the washer and dryer.
On a washer and dryer, and it was very expensive, quarters and this and that and everything. And she did. All she wanted in life was a washer and dryer and a porch where she could smoke, because she won't never stop smoking. Even though she had cancer, she will never stop. And I tried everything, but Dr. Burton says just let her keep smoking. She'll be more stressful than if she let her keep smoking. So she keeps. All she ever wanted was a washer and dryer and a porch that she can go outside. Now she has this house. And I have to tell you, it's not a big house, but it's a beautiful house. He saw it for the first time. And we finished the whole house, spent over $150,000 fixing it up. It has 3 bedrooms. I finished the whole basement downstairs, put a big bathroom in it. It's a beautiful house. It's perfect. And she loves it. And I could sleep any place, but I'm very comfortable here. And it's the best street within 100 miles, because when this happened, there was one street where nobody. It's a great neighborhood. It's Lyndhurst, and who lives here is my next door neighbor, the chief of police, 2 detectives, 2 other cops, and my next door neighbor, immediate to my right, is the landscaper for the whole town. So every house is manicured, perfect, beautiful. And
you're well protected.
And when this house became available, as soon as it becomes available, one of the cops buy it. I happened to be leaving one day, going to work, and I saw a guy walking with a sign for sale. Now I had money, and the guy puts the sign on this house. So I pull right in. I says, "This house for sale?" He says, "Yeah, it just went up." Now I knew as soon as the police chief, who lived right across the street, saw it, they were going to lock it up, because it's all family here. I mean, we're all best friends now, but back then. So I says, I want to buy this house. So I go to the front door. He says, "Where are you going? You got to go through me." I says, "Look, I'm not looking to rob you out of the commission. Come with me. You'll see what I want to do." I ring the bell. The owner comes to the door, and I says, "Listen, I know you're going through him. I'm buying this house. I don't give a fuck how much they offer you. I'm buying the house. Here's my phone number. When you get an offer, it's all going through him. He's going to get his commission whenever he wants. Whatever offer you get, the best offer you get, I will give you more." And he said, "Okay." And I wind up getting the house. And he saw it today. I put a big, beautiful pool in the backyard. I have a beautiful deck. I have a washer and dryer downstairs. The whole basement is finished. It's beautiful. I got a man cave down there with TV. He saw it. All beautiful, all done up just like perfect. I have one special room where I do all my horse work with the cap and everything else. It's perfect. It's just laid out perfect. The back door, I have a doggy door where he can run in and out as he pleases. And I live on a block with all cops, and the whole world knows that they're all here. And she's 75 now. And I can't let her lose this house. And I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that if I don't get lucky with the hood, and I don't get lucky with the movie, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make sure that she don't lose this house before I die. And that's it. And all my cousins know Cookie. She's a great, great girl. And how I met her in 1980. I was in a nightclub one night, and I was sitting with Danny LeMago's son, the singer, the entertainer. And across the dance floor comes this beautiful girl. And I never picked up a girl in my life in a nightclub. I go to listen to music. And all I mentioned, I was sitting with Betty, Danny's wife, and I said, boy, what a beautiful girl. I have a picture of it, but
I seen her.
What a beautiful girl. That's all I said. And about an hour later, Betty gets up to go to the ladies' room, and who did she come back with but this girl? So she introduces me to her, and I says, oh, my God. And I don't know what to say because I don't pick up girls. I just says, I'm glad to meet you. She says, Betty says, this is Joanne, this is Larry. And I says, oh, my God. It says, it's a pleasure to meet you, but I have to say, you are strikingly attractive. And she was. So I says, and I certainly offer you a drink, but I see that you're there with 10 people, your husband, your boy, whatever he is. And she says, no, we're here celebrating my 3rd year of survival. I said, what are you talking about? She says, I had cancer, and they're hoping I reach 5 years. This is the 3rd year. This is 1981. And what, are you kidding me? I take it down to Dr. Burton. Dr. Burton fixes her all up, and that was 45 years ago. Right? So
Good story.
That's how I met her. So she is with me. Now the problem is I've been with her 45 years, but half of them years I've been out of the state, out of the country. I'm not, but no matter how long I'm gone, I tell her I'll be back. I'm going. Never ask me any questions. Never say where you been, who you been. Never. None of that stuff. None of that stuff. I could come home smelling a perfume or whatever. Never a fucking word. Not where you been. Because I told from the beginning. Yeah, you could live when we first met. You could live with me. You could live with me because I went out with her for 7-8 months. I never kissed her goodnight. Never kissed her on the cheek. Never. Just wanted her to get better. And she got better. But how do you? She's beautiful. A beautiful person. Beautiful inside and out. So now no matter where I go, I went to California. I says I'll be back Friday. I was there for 3.5 years. I come home, taking care of everything. I said, I'm going to Florida. I was there when I had the Lacage Club in Florida. I was there for 3 years. And I come back, she's here. Don't say a fucking word. And I'm bad.
Unbelievable.
And there's times I don't call her for a month, 2 months at a time. Are you okay? I just want to know that you're okay. That's all she ever says. Are you okay? Yeah, you're okay. And and she's been with me through it all.
That's unbelievable.
When I refused to live in her house with her mother and father, only because her brother was a heroin addict. He come from Vietnam, was a heroin addict, and he used to wake me up in the middle of the night and to get him drugs, go with him, driving to get him drugs. I says, Joanne, I can't live here. So that's when I went to the park bench there, and she worked weekends cleaning houses so she can get me an apartment. She's a good kid.
Unbelievable.
Now it's this situation, and I hate to say it because I don't want people to think I'm fucking begging or crying, because I'm not. Because look, I'm going to be okay and my situation's going to work out. It always did my whole fucking life. I always made it work, and I'll make this work. But unfortunately, I'm in this shape now, and I don't have a lot of time. There's only a certain amount of time in a day. I got to work on the skull cap. I got to work on the movie. I got to work on getting my health back and everything else. But I have to, in the back of my mind, I have to make sure that Cookie, whose mother and father, her family is gone now. She's all alone. All she has is me. I can't let her lose this house. So there's a $300,000 mortgage left on the house. And the house is worth about, I think it's appraised because we tried to get a loan on it a few months back. And the problem is when I lost my job because on my knees, I put everything under her name because I had credit cards because I was doing good. I had credit cards. I had good credit. But then when things start going bad and everything, things start going bad, I spent a couple of $100,000 altogether on this house, plus the one to buy it. A couple of $100,000 just fixing it up. What the fuck was I saying?
Credit cards or something?
Oh, so I called up all the credit card companies, and I had every credit card. My credit score was 810.
Wow.
Hers was 820 because she's fanatical about paying bills. But I was doing some pretty big action, making some big money. But I called them all up when I saw that things were gone. All the cash was gone. Everything was gone. And I said to them, I says, listen, I says, I'd like to make a deal with you. I owe you $40,000. I'd like to make a deal. I'm not going to use the card no more. Let me pay you like $2,000 a month. And each one of them says, we can't do that. Why not? Because you're not delinquent. I said, what do you mean I got to be delinquent? So I go to an attorney, and I had put everything under Joanne's name. Well, what happened was I went to the attorney first, and I says, I want to file for bankruptcy. And he says, well, you have the house under your name. He says, I'll take the house. So I says, I'll sign everything over to Joanne, which I did. But he told me, you can't do that. No. You can't sign the house over to her name and then file for bankruptcy. Right. You got to wait at least 5-6 years.
Yeah, they go back.
But I signed the house. I signed everything over to her. We have 2 brand new lease cars. We have everything is under her name. And then the lawyer says to me, he says, you'll go to jail if you file bankruptcy, but nothing will happen to you if you don't pay. It's not against the law not to pay. They'll just harass you to death. Then they'll write it off after a couple of years, sell it to another company, or sell it to 10 cents on a dollar. And then down the road, if you want to pay them, you pay them for 10 cents on a dollar, but your credit's ruined. But at the time, I didn't give a fuck. Look, I have what I have and everything else. I'll scuffle up a living. I'm fucking 80 years old. I'll be okay. So, and there was not much I could do. When you run out of money, you run out of money. Yeah. And I'm not talking about a $500 week salary. So now I'm in the situation that I'm in, and no matter what happens, I have to make sure that if something was to happen to me, and that's why when Cookie called me, he said, when Cookie called me, because I had to make a big decision. I had to make the decision, could I live with this fucking pain like this and go through the chemo or go into hospice? If I'm going to go out, I want to go out my way. I don't want to suffer. I don't want Joanne to have to worry about me because she's very, very like that. Everything is, you all right? Are you okay? You okay? I don't want to live the rest of whatever time I have left. I don't want it, Joanne, worrying, are you okay? How are you? I don't want her to end her life worrying about me or taking care about me. Now, that's the thing I had to make. Am I selfish for killing myself and leaving her? Or is it doing the right thing because I'm ruining her life? Because
no, that would have been a big mistake.
So anyway.
When God's ready for you, he'll take you.
Cookie called me and I made the decision. Now that I made the decision to try to save my life, I'm on that path now.
Good.
The
Stay
end
there.
of that path is to secure this house for her. She's a good
Stay
kid.
there.
She worked for months on weekends on a day off, cleaning houses, just so she can get me an apartment. And for 1 year, I slept on a mattress that she gave me from her mother's house, and one little television. That's all I had in the apartment. It was a mattress and a television. And little by little, I got on my feet, started working, got on my feet, and everything else. She's a really good kid that's been through a lot in her life, and so that's my last mission. I just got to make sure. And the best part of this is that also what this crew of people did for me, from what I understand, because I met somebody, a friend of mine, Eddie, called me, and I think the money that I need for the mortgage and the this and that, my Social Security and her salary don't cover it.
Well, I told you what I was doing. So
It's going to be covered. It's going to be covered by the people, and I begged them not to do. In fact, I called them up the other day. This guy that's on the screen right there, Joe. I bet he says I'm gonna. Don't worry about Joanne. She'll have money to pay the mortgage or whatever she needs. She'll have.
and
This
she
is not
will.
a clear blue sky. I never asked him. He says he was going to do it. I called him up and I says, Joe, you can't do that. I told Eddie, you can't do that. I says, you're talking about people like Anthony, who's retired, been in the horse business his whole life. How much money are you make in the horse business? His sister just got us. He just come back from the first vacation he ever took. Took his wife to Italy. They come back. His sister gets a stroke. They have to go down to see his sister. They spend money going down there. Then he comes back, and now his brother's in the hospital in bad shape. He's in bad shape. You saw him tonight. How the fuck you gonna ask you? Don't be asking nobody for money. Look, I have the ability, and I'm capable of doing whatever I have to do to get whatever money I need.
Larry,
And
it's already in progress. So
I'm very good at it because I never got caught. And all the things that are in this fucking book, I always positioned myself where there were too many buffers before they got to me. That's how I positioned the whole thing. I always had buffers.
yeah.
And I did a lot of things where if I got caught for everything I do, I'd be doing 3 life sentences. But I was always sharp, always by myself. And I called Joe. I called him, and I called Eddie, and I said, "You don't do that. Don't fucking do it." And he says, just like he said, now it's already in progress. So now naturally I can't stop it. I can't stop it, but I just don't know how do you go and this is what I told him on the phone. I says, Joe, how the fuck could you ask Anthony for 5 cents? I am capable of getting the money. I'll get it. Whatever I have to do, I did it my whole fucking life. I got no problem doing what I have to do.
I'm asking anybody in a position to do it. That's it. Okay? That's all I'm doing.
So now I'm in a position where not only did everybody set up they set up everything. Now I don't even have to worry about Joanne paying the mortgage or having money to eat or have any. She's going to be taken care of.
Yeah.
How many people would have a bunch of friends around them that they never even really, because my life is far. I'm not one of these guys that every Sunday we go visit him. I'm all over the fucking place. I have no special hangout. I'm all over the layout. I'm all over the place doing a million fucking things. One day I'm with gangsters. One day I'm with movie stars. One day I'm with politicians. I'm all over the fucking place. So I just felt bad, but he won't stop. And then Eddie calls me back and he says, just mind your own fucking business. Well, this is my business. No, it's our business now. So I'm not going to fight with them no more. I as long as they know my position. But whatever happens is I got a bunch of people around me that I could never, ever, ever repay for what they did for me, just what they
And
accomplished
no one's even thinking about that.
in the last couple of weeks. Okay, let's go down this list. Okay. No, what was the last thing? Cookie says, I have to thank you. I owe you my life. And don't cry. Yeah, because when I called her up, I cried. It's the first time I ever cried in my life.
That's good. Men cry. Real men cry.
I couldn't stop it. Okay, Angelique, have a good night, Steve. Okay. Mitch, Larry, try digestive enzymes, work the day after you take them, but every time you eat food, take 2 capsules in the middle of the meal. I think I'm way beyond that stuff. I think these high-powered drugs, I don't think that stuff will work, if you have kind of normal and you just...
The opioids are very, you get constipated. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But
all right, Sundance Trish says hello to Cookie. Cookie, Sundance is a girl that used to work for me, and whenever I need somebody to stay and watch the dog or babysit, she comes over. She's a really good kid, and who has health problems herself. She had cancer, she had chemo, she had radiation, she had it all. But there isn't one time I ever asked her to do something that she didn't do it. She's a really good kid, and I hope you become friends over this. And that's what's good about this podcast. People like me, the only bad thing is that now we're so old that there's a lot of bad stories that go on with the greetings and everything. But she's a good kid. Both 2 good people. Okay. Hi, Sundance. Okay, they made the acquaintance. That's great. Okay, Larry, we all love you. Okay, stop, Trish, already. Larry, wishing you all the best. That guy you had on, Greg Peck's friend, Ronnie Gillespie, was one of the best horsemen I've ever heard, with nothing at his disposal, only his 2 hands. That's the guy. If that's the black guy you're talking about, if you noticed, I let him talk, which is rare. I listened to him talk about the business that I consider myself pretty good sharp guy in. That I could sit down with anybody, any trainer, any discipline, anything.
that's the guy I called you about. Said that guy is a sharp guy. You remember?
Yeah, and I sat there the first 45 minutes and listened to him, and I was convinced after
on the money
that this guy was for real. And I just let him talk for 45 minutes before I even said anything. Because you can come into my office when I was in the horse business looking for a job or anything else, and in 30 seconds I could tell if you how good you are. I could tell. You just tell.
Yeah.
Just like if you're a good enough horseman, you could go at the end of the shed row and walk down the shed row at a steady pace and look into each stall, and just by where the horse is standing, how he's standing, where he's standing, you can tell if
right
away. Where the problem is and everything, and never make a stop. Okay. Yeah. And so that's what happens. But this guy, Ron, everything he said was true. And I wish him the best of luck, because it's a fucking scumbag business. It's a cutthroat business. It's getting worse all the time. And this guy, not only does he love it, he's great at it, but he's in a business where number one, he's an honest kid. He's not on a level playing field, and all he wants to do is race on hay and oats. And for the last 20 years, the ones that raced on hay and oats got out of the business because they couldn't make it. But
he's definitely a talented guy.
Yeah, this guy's a talented guy, and I told him that, and I wish him all the best.
You should have him back on, but he was interesting.
Well, yeah, it's Greg Peck's friend. Greg, if he can come on anytime he wants. He's a really nice guy. And
very nice.
And good. I heard he's doing good. I heard he has a nice horse now. And I did ask him 1 or 2 questions. He was right on the money. I just had to test him a little bit, and he was right on the money. I think the question I asked that I wanted to hear was that many of the problems was that if he agreed that the primary, almost 99% of the time, the primary problem starts with the feet, and he agreed, and that's the truth. And you could really get a horseman to say that, because their primary problem is the first thing that pops, where it's all coming from because he's getting off the feet one way or the other.
Right. That's
so anyway, he was Very, very sharp guy. And the first time I let somebody talk for 45 minutes without me saying a word. Okay,
Yeah.
Nickel Sam, my favorite podcast and favorite guy. Well, thank you. Can you imagine how many people I have if we had something to talk about, if we really advertised and we really had some.
I say to you
if we
each
did have
week,
a
Larry,
show-
what are we going to talk about? I don't know. We're just going to talk.
See, the
Have
problem
a good
is-
time.
I'm lucky enough to have guys like Michael Chance and all Hall of Famers. Come on.
Yep.
So when you got them guys on, you got to talk about all their wins and this and that. But at the smaller tracks, there's a lot of interesting stories that can be told about that stuff that, you really can't say because you're trying to promote the business and everything.
Right.
Else. But there's a lot of interesting stuff that goes on out there. Some of which is in my book. Do you know that this fucking book was written 6 years ago, and it's still one of the top sellers? It still has. The reason I looked at it the other day, because when I go to meet these guys, you want me to bring another book. So when I ordered the book, because I don't have them, I ordered 3 or 4 at a time. I buy them. I don't ask them for free, even though I could. I just buy them. They cost like $30, and the $30 only because there's so many pictures in them. I put a lot of pictures in them. What was I saying? Oh, they have reviews in there. They have like 30, 40 reviews. Everyone is a 5-star review from a story. And this book is bullshit story. They're all true, but half of it I filled in the
Yeah,
gap.
leave out. Yeah.
A lot of stories I had to leave out. They told me don't go over 85,000 words, put in the good, the bad, and the ugly. We spoke over 85,000 words tonight, and I had to cover 10 years in 85,000 words. One day at the diner trying to set up a race is 85,000 words. I had to cover 10 years and put in the good, the bad, the ugly. They wanted a lot of girls in there. They wanted the mobsters in there. I had to put John Gotti in there, Nicky Bonds. Then they want to go to a politician. I had to put everything in. So there's 10% of my life in this book. And the 10% that's in this book is 10% of the real story. And the stories I put in here are stories that can be easily verified because Pesci and them were taking it to California, and I didn't want to put no bullshit in. But there's a lot of things in there that are not in there that are great stories that I can't talk about because the same reason I can't talk about what I think about Heisa and what they're doing with the Thoroughbred business because I got to go to Heisa. Heisa could help me a lot with the cooling cap. So I got to be careful what I say,
Yeah.
So I understand that. So that's it. Anyway, Larry Cox says, well, I'm out of here too. Great show tonight, guys. Okay, go to bed, La. Yeah, we only been on for 4.5 hours.
This is the longest.
Yeah. All right, we're almost done here. Okay, see everyone next time. Okay. Cookie's still here. And I got to say, I love you back. I love you back to me.
Eddie DeLauro's waiting for you to tell him you love him.
I know.
He says to you every time, he says, I want to give you 3 words, Larry.
That's
You
what
go,
he
what?
said.
And he says, I love you.
And I hang up.
Yeah, and you go, all right. Tomorrow you're going to say, I love you too, Eddie.
And I'm going to tell you something else, and this is the truth. I'll tell you something else, and I hope Cookie's listening. I've been with Joanne 45 years. I never mentioned the word love once in my whole life.
You
To
creep.
me, that word is so diluted. And how I come to that conclusion, because first of all, I was a wild guy. Girls were 4th or 5th on my list of priorities. I was lucky enough where if I ever needed a date, I could get, I was lucky like that. Whether I had money or not, I was just lucky that I had whatever it might be.
You had the charm and the looks.
So anyway, so now, what the hell was I saying? I forgot what I was saying.
The word love.
Oh yeah. So I used to go to Concord every night. And in the summertime, all the Jewish wealthy guys bring their wives up there to stay up there all week. And their wives are fucking everybody. Every night they're with a different guy. And then the weekends come and the husbands comes up. Now the husband's in the city fucking everybody. Their wives are up here fucking everybody. And the weekends they get together, sitting holding hands at my table, because I had a table for 10 right up against in the lounge. oh, I love you, I missed you so much, and this and that, and all I heard I love you, I missed you, I love you, I missed you, and then this girl was what she was doing the other, Jesus Christ, and I can't use that word. It's fucking diluted to the point where it means absolutely nothing to me. And every time I hear that I love you, I think that the guys that look, I must know 3 zillion fucking married guys. I don't know one that don't cheat. It's a natural fucking thing. Men are born predators. I want to see a guy sitting on an airplane, sitting next to a beautiful girl with big tits, sexy as a bastard, and all of a sudden she puts a hand on your leg and starts rubbing it. What guy is going to say, what are you doing? No, what the fuck you doing? Get out of here. What guy's going to say that? And if you don't say that, it goes a little further. And before you know it, what's the next stop? Let's go off the next stop. And it happens. It happens. Men are fucking dogs. They're predators. And it happens. Now, there's guys around. I'm sure there's guys. In fact, I know 1 or 2 that would never cheat on their wives. But that's not the majority. And that's why the majority of marriages end. 60% of marriages end. So why get married? There's a show on here. In fact, I was on the show. I did an hour and a half. The guy flew in from California. It's called Soft White Underbelly.
Yeah, I know.
He interviewed me.
That was a good interview. You had your brown leather jacket on.
Yeah. So he interviewed me on his show, Black White Underbelly. That's the name of the show. It's
Soft White Underbelly.
He has a lawyer on, a divorce lawyer, the most interesting guy I ever heard. And he's a divorce lawyer for the wealthiest people in the country and all the movie stars and everything else. And it's all true. It's all true. So, it's just so what? So anyway, Joanne can tell you, I never said the word want. The first time I ever said the word love was to Cookie the other day. It's the first time I ever said it. And I think I said it once, maybe tonight. I don't know.
You never told your mother you loved her?
I never told my mother I loved her. My mother, I was a funny kid. I'd be away for 20 years and never make one phone call home. I wasn't a good kid. I never hurt anybody on purpose. I was just strange. I wanted to do what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. I have a fucking arm here. You can't see it. This whole arm here, you can't see it now. This whole arm here is all scar tissue. Because when I finally went home, I was 12, 13, 14 years old. My mother broke everything in the world on me. Finally, she found a fucking stick. It was like 4 feet long, but it was square. And when she hit me, I put my hand up and pow, pow, pow. Everything that she ever hit me with broke. This one fucking stick would never break. And she carved me up. She was a tough, tough Italian lady. A good lady. I'm the only one she couldn't break. And that's what I mean. I'm her only failure. But just before she died, she told my sister, she says, take care of my sister's younger. She says, take care of your brother. Make sure nothing happens to him. And when she died, whatever money she had, she gave to my sister to give to me. My sister did. She loved me to death. And I broke her heart. And that's what straightened me out the first time. When I got out of jail from that beating from Detective Sands.
Detective, yeah.
Yeah, Detective Sands. When he beat me up that night, when I got out of court, I says, "Ma, you got to take me to the hospital. I can't breathe. My fucking ankle was this big. I can't breathe. I can't walk. I was completely covered with blood. It was all dried up, but my whole body was all blood dried up." My mother says, "I'm taking you where I should have taken you years ago."
Tommy Lucchese.
Tommy Lucchese's office. And Tommy Lucchese, the biggest mafia boss at the time, who controlled all of Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
Bad guy. He takes me in his office and he says, "Bessie," my mother controlled all his dress factories. He says, "Bessie, leave us alone." And he sits me down and he says, you know, your mother's a good lady and she's my friend. And you're breaking her heart with all your nickel and dime bullshit. Look at you. He says, "Look at what you're putting your mother through." He says, "If you want to straighten yourself out, you think about what I'm saying. She's a good lady. You want to straighten yourself out and make your mother happy and proud. I'll help you in any way that I can. You'll never need for nothing and nobody will ever bother you. He says, just do the right thing and make her proud.
Yeah.
Then he called my mother back in and they left, and I thought about it on the way home. On the way home, I didn't know what to do. We're going over the Flushing Bridge. And at the end of the Flushing Bridge was a recruitment, Marines. I said, Mom, pull the car over. I go into the Marine office, covered with fucking blood. I'm 16 years old, almost 17 years old. And no, this was in 1971, so I was 31 years old. I got kicked out of school when I robbed the truck, but I won't go there. So I'm 30. Oh, I says, I want to join the Marines. So he said, he looked at me, he says, son, I think you better come back at another time. So I didn't join the Marines, and I went home and I straightened my life out. I got a legitimate job. I never did nothing bad until 3 years later with Tannenbaum. And I didn't do nothing bad that night. He accused me to do something I didn't do. He brought me from the racetrack. And that's why I want to kill the motherfucker, because he was the person for what caused. What he did caused my father to die. And but it was a top mob boss in the world that put me on the right track. And it was a fucking scumbag politician, Marty Tannenbaum, who was politically connected with the Democratic Party, where he embezzled people and everything else, but he had the power to own a racetrack, him and his brother. And it was young. They hooked up with Morty finally, created a betting syndicate and accused me of stiffing a horse because they bet 10,000 on him. And anyway, that's that. Anyway,
that story.
Cookie, you're the first girl and the first person I ever said I love you. It's even Joanne said it, right? Didn't she say it tonight? Right? Yeah, he told her. That's the first time I ever said it. The first time I ever said it, because it's so fucking heartwarming. I can't believe that what's happening, that they did it for me. I can't go over that again. Anyway, it's very fitting that Cookie is the last one on the show. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for listening. And I can't say I love you all. I won't say that, but
Say it.
No. Eddie's waiting for me to say it.
Oh, you better say it to Eddie tomorrow.
So at the end, he says, Larry, I got 3 words. What is it? I love you. And I should say, good night, goodbye.
Yeah, you say, all right.
Yeah, I don't have that.
That's going to change tomorrow, right, Larry?
Yeah, see, even here, everything, all the girls, I like Francine, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, to say, I can't do that. I can't say I love you.
But you're going to do it tomorrow, right?
I can only say that one thing for sure. If you're my friend and you're in trouble and you want somebody to watch your back, I'd be the best person you could ever get.
I know that.
And that's just the way. That's how I show my love for you. I don't have to
I think you owe it to Joanne. And Eddie, you got to do it for old times.
I can't because now I'll make it.
You could do anything.
It means nothing. Everybody in my family knows.
It means something to them, though. It might mean something to them.
If you're in trouble, you know that I'm there. No matter what it is, you can come to me and I'll get it done. I don't have to say I love you. I don't have to say any of that stuff. But if there's 1,000 people out there and you have a problem, you know the one to point to. The guy who never said I love you. He says it by action, not by words. Anyway, that's it. Joe, thanks for staying on with me for a record-breaking 4.5 hours.
No problem, Larry.
Yeah, and my back is starting to get me now, but I double dose.
You know I love you, so
yeah, okay.
I'll say it.
See you later, Joe.
All right.
That'll get him off the air quick.
My friend said good night to you.
Good night. Take care. Nice meeting you.
Be good, pal.
Thanks for helping out, Larry.
Joe, I'll talk to you in a day or two. I'll keep you informed, up to date. And,
you got to keep in touch with me, Larry.
Yeah, and if I do get to the Bahamas, it's only a short plane ride away.
I'm going to come and see you. Don't worry about it. I already told people.
All right. Go to bed, Joe. Thank you, and thank everybody. Thank all you folks. And we'll talk. Good night.
All right, Larry.